Alex. Hey, Alex, morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right, Alex, what was Luke Skywalker's original last name?
Star Killer.
Star Killer. Yeah. Come on, Alex. Going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party. Saturday, August 26th, 7:30 p.m. at Wells Fargo Center. Tickets for all three shows on August 26th and 27th are available at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
One more birthday today. It is Craig Ligon's birthday.
Craig Ligon's birthday.
He just texted me. I am surprised at this. I'll give you a 5-year buffer. How old do you think Craig Ligon's is today?
A 5-year buffer?
Yeah.
Black don't crack. He's 60 years old.
You're over, but only by 3 years. He's 57.
Okay, I was aiming high.
Yeah, that's where you cover your ass.
Yeah, totally.
Always say something outlandish and that.
Happy birthday, Craig
Yes.
Ligon's. We appreciate it, man. We appreciate
doing
you checking in.
Some Comic Book Gurus episodes coming up tomorrow. So,
Wonderful.
yeah, he's great.
All right, the entertainment report. We're going to start with this. Bam Margera, arrested again. All right, and this arrest comes nearly 2 weeks after he was ordered to stand trial on assault charges in a separate case. He was cited for public intoxication and disorderly conduct after a dispute in the parking lot at the Radnor Hotel in Wayne on Tuesday. Lieutenant Chris Four with Radnor Township Police Department said no one was injured or attacked. Officers got there, and he was actually kind of friendly with them and cooperative and came with us when he had to.
Okay.
He was arrested. It was around 3 a.m., by the way.
Oh, wow.
Was later released to a friend back on July 27th. Of course, he was freed on $50,000 bail and ordered to stand trial on charges that he assaulted his brother Jess. Part of the conditions for release include not drinking and random drug and alcohol screenings. It's unclear on how this charge will impact his other case, but he is slated for a formal arraignment in Westchester on the original charges today.
So is it possible they could incarcerate him?
maybe.
Yeah.
If they feel that this was in some way a violation of the conditions that the judge had set, they probably could.
I got a text from a buddy of mine who was in Westchester. I think it was on Sunday night, and he was at a bar, and Bam walked in barefoot, had a drink, and then was flagged, and then he apparently went crazy. But I read, and he goes, "Man, I give this guy 6 months," and I it pains me to say that because he's really. He's suffering right now, and I feel terrible for him, and I hope, you just hope that everything is a wake-up call.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, you've had a conga line of wake-up calls, a bunch of them that should have been the real come-to-Jesus moment, and they've come and gone. So, obviously we think the world of Bam, but, it does not look good.
For some people, it never happens.
Yeah.
He might be one of them. Now, I'm not predicting anything. I'm saying it does happen to some people. Some people, they find out, oh my God, it's lightning strikes, and you go, yes, I have to change my life. And other people, they just stay the same path their whole life.
One of the big deflating things is that he's now in a sort of battle with Steve-O.
Yeah.
Like, and it's Steve-O. Bam interceded to save Steve-O's life. Steve-O tried to return the favor, and Bam's not having any of it.
Yeah, I have heard countless, and this isn't about Bam. I've heard countless people's stories that were just helpless and hopeless.
Yeah,
and somehow found a way out. So I do have hope.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Yep. Well, apparently Hollywood is teeming with Swifties. Such stars such as Meghan Markle, Cameron Diaz, Tiffany Haddish, and Zoe Saldana all attended Taylor Swift's concert in Los Angeles on Tuesday.
You knew that thing was going to be jammed with celebrities.
Haddish shared a photo of herself with Diaz and Saldana at the show to Instagram, and the Haunted Mansion actress wrote in the caption, "I had so much fun last night." She also shared a video of the women dancing to Shake It Off on her Instagram stories.
No Hasselhoff?
No Hasselhoff.
Damn
But
it.
Charlize Theron and Jeff Goldblum revealed on Instagram Wednesday that they, too, attended the concert.
Jeff Goldblum.
Taylor
Swift concert.
I don't know who he went with. If it was just, he is the fan. I have no idea. According to Page Six, the Duchess of Sussex was also in the house on Tuesday night. The outlet reports that Meghan Markle attended the concert sans Prince Harry as he was in Tokyo on a business trip. And all this comes after Gayle King had shared a video of Channing Tatum dancing at Swift's show on Saturday with a glitter heart around one of his eyes. And apparently she got, I think it was last night, she got an 8-minute standing ovation.
Yeah, 8-minute standing
I think it might have been the final show.
Yeah,
It was wrapping up, and so they went crazy over her.
Jesus.
Weezer was there too.
Okay.
Which was really funny on their account. Our friend Nicole down the hallway texted me, and she loves just reporting on which celebrities are there, like rock celebrities out of the format.
Okay.
And they were there, and I guess they're friends with her drummer.
Okay.
Because they posted, they kind of were there's a picture of Rivers reading along the lyrics of the song. They're sitting in a suite, and then they posted this is our friend Max. He's the one that brought us here.
It's clearly become something that transcends whether you're into the music or not. It is an event.
Yeah,
right?
the thing to go.
The thing to go to. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but she is a force to be reckoned with. So.
And she's re-recording 1989.
Yeah. So what's the story on that?
I don't know. I don't know if it's one of those things where she needs to re-record it.
Because the master tapes don't belong to her, or
Maybe.
the master recordings.
That would
It
be the
happens.
likely. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's the reason behind
She's
that.
getting renominated for songs she's already had out.
Wow. So on the heels of that music news, I wanted to get into the entertainment news a little bit. Oh, this was sad. Steve had texted us when he first heard that Robbie Robertson, the Canadian-born musician, best known for the guitarist and main songwriter for Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the band, passed away. He was 80 years old. No cause of death was immediately given. He suffered from some type of long illness.
Yeah, I was sad to hear that. But it's obviously he was up there anyway, but he's just one of those guys you always think, oh, he's going to be around forever.
Yeah, the statement read, Robbie was surrounded by his family at the time of his death, including his wife Janet, his ex-wife Dominique, her partner Nicholas, and his children Alexandra, Sebastian, Delphine, and Delphine's partner Kenny, as well as his 5 grandchildren. Robertson was a member of rockabilly singer Ronnie Hawkins' band, their backing band called the Hawks, and that was along with Levon Helm, Rick Danko, Richard Manuel, and Garth Hudson. And they left Hawkins and they toured as Bob Dylan's backup band and recorded the legendary Basement tapes with him in 1967. And along the way, the Hawks just became known as the band. They just called them the band. They're the guys that back up Bob Dylan, the band.
There's a great documentary, Once We're Brothers, and it came out 2 years ago. It's about the band and the experience and the history. And there's been a couple of great documentaries about the band. And Preston, I think we should have an audio clip over there of Robbie Robertson talking about the first time they revealed the music that they had been working on. Just, they were known as the backup band to Bob Dylan. They presented it to Bob Dylan and his reaction to it.
Okay, got it.
Here we go.
As close as we were to Bob and to other people around, they had no idea what we were about to do. And when they heard this record, they looked at us like they had just seen us for the first time. And Bob was like, whoa, oh my God. And Bob was sitting there and he'd say, you wrote that? Yes.
So under that name, the band, they released their debut album, Music from the Big Pink, in 1968 that featured a rootsy sound that influenced everyone from Elton John and Eric Clapton to the Beatles. As the band's guitarist and primary songwriter, Robertson wrote the classics, man. He wrote The Wait, Up on Cripple Creek, The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down. I was reading a little bit about the fact that he got the writing credits for some of those songs, and the other band members may have contributed a little bit, but Robbie got the writing credits, and that may have been some of the tension that led them to break up.
Yeah, but he was really the predominant writer, and one of my favorite songs is "It Makes No Difference" from the band. Rick Danko sings that one, but it's. I mean, I was telling Nick I watched The Last Waltz last night. It's just one of the absolute greatest concert movies ever made. It's an incredible. Listen to that performance.
Which is a great song. Robertson and the band were inducted into Canada's Juno Hall of Fame in 1989 and then the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1994. So one of the songs that obviously is a classic is The Wait. And I've always loved that song. And so this morning, for the first time ever, I kind of dove into a little bit about it because I've always thought of it as just this weird town where this guy's walking through and meeting weird people. And so it was written about Nazareth, Pennsylvania.
Whoa.
Because he goes, I went down to Nazareth. And the reason that Robbie wrote it, why he based it, is because Martin guitars are created there.
That's amazing.
I never knew that was right around the corner.
I didn't know that. That's phenomenal.
Yeah. I love that. I do have a question about that song because I never looked up the lyrics. But is he singing, take the load off Annie?
Yes.
Or is he take the load off Fanny?
Well, so Fanny is a character in the song. I always thought it was Annie. But Anna Lee is a character in the song as well. So about those people, I'm going to read this real quick because this is interesting.
No,
so
it is fascinating.
Levon Helm did an interview, and he was talking about that song and the people in it. He said we had 2 or 3 tunes, a piece of tunes, and The Wait was one that I would work on. Robbie had that bit about going down to Nazareth, Pennsylvania, where the Martin Guitar Factory is at. And the song was full of our favorite characters. Luke was Jimmy Ray Paulman. So these are all people they knew.
They knew, yeah.
He said young Anna Lee was Anna Lee Williams from the band Turkey Scratch. Crazy Chester was a guy that we all knew from Fayetteville who came into town on Saturdays wearing a full set of cap guns on his hips, kind of walked around town to help keep the peace, if you follow me. He said he was like Hopalong Cassidy, and he was a friend of the Hawks. Ronnie would always check with Crazy Chester to make sure that there wasn't any trouble around town, and Chester would reassure him that everything was peaceable and not to worry because he was on the case. 2 big cap guns he wore, plus a toupee. And there was also Carmen and the Devil, Miss Moses, and Fanny. a name that just seemed to fit the picture. He said, I believe she looked a lot like Caledonia, which I don't know what he means by that. He said, we recorded the song maybe 4 times. We weren't really sure that it was going to be on the album, but people really liked it. Rick, Richard, and I would switch the verses around among us, and we all sang the chorus, Put the Load Right on Me. So I don't know if it's Annie.
It says Fanny on Genius.com for whatever that's worth.
Fanny. Interesting. That's a good question.
Yeah, and that song was not going to be on the album initially. They were just kind of tinkering around with it. And it became, actually, I think we have an audio clip of him talking about that.
That's the song that I go to in my mind when I hear the name, the band.
That and the night they drove Old Dixie down.
So here's Robbie.
When we recorded music from Big Pink, The Wait was an extra song I had in case any of the other songs that we were recording didn't work out. I truly didn't know that, this is the one at all. When we recorded it and listened to it, everybody could, said, this worked out pretty good.
I have a memory of that song, and I was at the Steely Dan concert. This is probably back in like 98, 99, something like that. And we were just tailgating, and I was playing music out of my CD player, my old Honda Civic, and that song came on. And it was just me and my buddy Rick that were tailgating together. And by the end of the song, there's probably about 15 strangers that I had no idea who they were, all hanging out, singing that song because it was playing on my CD player. Yeah.
Have you seen The Last Waltz?
I have, as a matter of fact, because of you guys.
Yeah, it's Martin Scorsese, who is a massive fan. And by the way, Robertson worked with Scorsese many times and did a lot of movie film work with him. But they had a ridiculous amount of cameras covering all the action on the film, but obviously you have Scorsese's eye directing it. Yeah. It's just tremendous.
The Wait is a song that for no good reason can make me cry.
Yeah.
It hits you in the feels. And I remember driving home with my parents one time and just thinking about my grandfather and his passing, and that song came on and I lost it. And there's an emotional connection with that song.
By the way, Robertson worked on the movies that he worked on with Scorsese for music were Raging Bull, King of Comedy, Casino, The Departed, The Wolf of Wall Street, and The Irishman. So, I mean, all those giant films.
Do you remember a movie called Carney? With Jodie Foster and Gary Busey.
Yeah.
And he's in it, and he is a really good actor.
In a statement, Scorsese said, remembering his friend, he said, Robbie Robertson was one of my closest friends, a constant in my life and my work. I could always go to him as a confidant, a collaborator, an advisor. I tried to be the same for him, and it goes without saying that he was a giant, that his effect on the art form was profound and lasting. There's never enough time with anyone you love, and I loved Robbie.
I tweeted out a clip from The Last Waltz, and, it says, lest we forget what a great guitarist he was. They do Further On Up the Road. He does it with Clapton, and they're trading back and forth on the solos, and there's a point, Preston, I'm sure you remember, where Clapton looks at as he's playing the solo, and he's nodding like, yeah.
Go get it.
I just stumbled onto the band. I had picked up a copy of Before the Flood because I love Dylan, and I just played those, it was like a 4-disc CD, and just played it over and over and over for probably like a full year. You're just obsessed with one album and didn't realize the gravitas of the music that I was listening to.
Great music he left behind. So sad news. Robbie Robertson, 80 years old. I have some other stories, entertainment stories we'll pass along as well. Starting with this, Jada Pinkett Smith shared a photo to Instagram recently revealing new hair growth as she continues to struggle with alopecia. And she said, she captioned it, this here hair is acting like it's trying to make a comeback. She said, still have some trouble spots, but we'll see. And of course, the alopecia diagnosis was at the center of the infamous Oscar slap when Will Smith hauled off and popped Chris Rock for comparing her to G.I. Jane, the movie.
So what is the deal with alopecia? I know obviously it's hair loss. Is it? Does it come and go? In other words,
I don't know. Well, so Jamie Lynch, who works down the hall, he has it, and it has not come. It's only gone.
Okay.
And I believe he doesn't have any eyebrows either.
All right. So I don't know. I guess maybe I don't have a comprehensive understanding of it. I thought that there are some variations on it where it's sort of cyclical.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe. And it's not always where you lose all of your hair.
Right.
You can lose patches and things like that. So maybe it's got a couple of variants, Steve. I'm not really sure. So I know you guys are all dying for some Bachelorette updates.
Yeah!
TMZ reports that there's a chance that Caitlin Bristow and Jason Kartik could get back together.
That's good.
The former Bachelorette said in a video, "I'm okay. It's tough.
Okay.
It's tough times. I mean, the easiest part is that we respect each other and love each other."
Flowers. I like words.
Honestly, she said it was both of our decisions to end things. We keep saying, too, that the door isn't permanently closed.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's why there's handles on it.
Oh, that's very beautiful.
She said, we don't know what's going on.
So you're telling me there's a chance? You make feelings in my pee-pee.
So I know you guys wanted to know about that. Giselle Bundchen shared how she's been handling her divorce from Tom Brady in a recent interview.
How do you get past something like that when you're an international supermodel with tons of money?
She said, I've always believed that every situation, no matter how challenging, teaches us something and helps us grow. She said, breakups are never easy, especially when the media is speculating every step of the way. They were married for 13 years before going their separate ways in 2022. They have 2 kids, 13-year-old Benjamin and 10-year-old Vivian. Brady is currently rumored to be dating supermodel Arena Shakes.
Yes,
Shake, by
Bradley
the way.
Cooper's ex.
Yeah.
You know what always works, Steve, is if you take a selfie of yourself while you're crying and then post that on social media, then you get a lot of support.
That helps.
Yeah.
Most definitely. In a recent interview with Vanity Fair, Riley Keough detailed a mishap that led to the set of Under the Silver Lake to be shut down. And this is kind of interesting. She said, I was in the makeup trailer and I was eating like a granola bar or something, and I was about to shoot a scene where I have to kiss Andrew, who's Andrew Garfield, okay? She said the makeup lady was like, are there peanuts in that? And she said the producer came in and was like, Riley, Andrew is very allergic to peanuts.
Oh, geez.
So we have to shut the set down because she had eaten some and they had a kissing scene.
Oh my gosh.
okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And she said it shouldn't have been at the craft services, and I don't know why they're on set. She added that it was kind of like, oh, F, that's crazy. But also, thank God this woman caught it because she said she had no idea that he was allergic to peanuts.
That's pretty wild, man.
And you could make somebody really, really sick.
Absolutely.
Depending on the level of their allergy to it. So. And then one last story. According to Deadline, people are tuning in to watch Anthony Mackie and Neve Campbell in the new Peacock series Twisted Metal, based on the video game of the same name.
I have to check this out.
In addition to becoming the streamer's most binged comedy, the show joins Bel Air, The Best Man Final Chapters, Poker Face, and based on a true story as one of Peacock's top 5 original series.
So Twisted Metal, the video game, had a sense of humor to it, Case. Did you ever play it?
No.
Yeah, it was over the top. There is humor. But yeah, I want to see how they port this over to a series.
Yeah, and Neve Campbell is in this?
Yeah,
it
Will
seems kinda
Arnett.
weird. Yeah.
That's what he was filming when I met him in New Orleans last year. Remember
right.
this time last year? I met Anthony Mackie
yeah.
in a bar.
Yeah.
He was filming this in New Orleans.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
keep trying to get him on, but now with the writer's strike,
Yeah,
Nobody's
People
doing
aren't talking.
anything.
But
Yeah.
like he has the interview that remember we had a great interview with him years and years ago.
Phenomenal.
In here. He has a link to it. He has all the stuff. Just trying.
All right,
Yeah.
hang in there. All right, we're ready for clips now. Here we go. Heart of Stone follows intelligence agent Rachel Stone on an operation to protect her organization's most powerful asset. And here, Gal Gadot talks about launching the new action franchise.
Growing up, I always used to watch Bond and Mission. I love these films. I love the suspense, the action, the drama, the twists and turns. I love everything about it. And I always want to do one myself. After the success of Wonder Woman, I realized there was more space for female-led movies in this genre. And I just went for it.
I want to see you naked.
Heart of Stone releases tomorrow on Netflix. Here is the next clip. Gran Turismo brings classic line of racing simulation games to the big screen. And in this clip, David Harbour talks about how the film challenged his expectations of what video game movies can be.
When they did send me the script, I thought it was just going to be a straight-ahead video game movie about a simulator, which didn't make any sense to me. It was like a bunch of big 2 hours of people pretending to drive cars. And so when I read it, I realized it was really like a sports movie, an exciting, euphoric sports movie. And on top of that, it being a true story was wild.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
Talk about, you mentioned Anthony Mackie being a great interview. That when he was, David Harbour was here in our studio.
Can't wait to get him back in. Hopefully that'll happen.
It was just magical.
So I was telling you about this movie, Preston. The true story is that there was a kid, I guess a teenager, who played nothing but Gran Turismo.
That's right.
And then grew up to actually become a driver, a race car driver, and did phenomenally well.
And this kind of trained him along the way. Yeah, Gran Turismo comes to theaters tomorrow, by the way, if you'd like to see that. All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. We have a lot going on. The no-hitter last night. We are going to talk to Michael Barkann in the 8 o'clock hour. So we have that. And we also had John Kruk on today. We're already going to talk to Krucker about Cheddar Whiz, the kid, Rory, the 6-year-old with a mullet, who he fashioned after John Kruk.
Yeah, Kruk is his idol, apparently.
And so now we're going to talk baseball as well,
and
obviously,
mullets.
which we would have anyway.
Yeah.
But now there's a big story, a couple of big stories to talk to him about. And we're also going to have on the program Ron James, UFO expert, and he's got a documentary that's narrated by Matthew Modine. We will talk to him as well. And we also have Bruce Springsteen tickets to give away for today's lesson question. So a bunch on our plate. Step right up. We'll serve you when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Verge of turning 30.
30, right?
Yep. Can you imagine waking up, no makeup, it's kind of actually smeared makeup, hair all kind of crazy. Ha!
Where are my cigarettes?
But she's reflecting back on her past mistakes as well as looking ahead to the future. She discusses her ambitions and failures in a new interview with Vanity Fair. She says of her,
life is like a chicken finger. Chicken in the center, surrounded by finger.
life is like that?
Yeah, exactly.
How is life like that?
Exactly like
it. She says
Point taken.
of her checkered past, I wouldn't call things regrets per se. I can't turn back time, but if I could, I would have listened more to my mother and gone back home to New York earlier in life and chosen my friends more wisely.
Regrets? I've had a few, but still too few to mention.
Lindsay also, but you did it your way.
I did it my way.
Yeah.
To me, life, if I may, was like a huge chicken finger.
All right. Lindsay also looks ahead to her
with multiple dipping sauces.
To her milestone birthday on July 2nd, saying, age is only a number, right?
No.
I have learned a lot over time. I'm in a wonderful place in life and look forward to the near and far future and projects that I'm working on.
Something's going on with Lindsay's face these days. It looks as if she's perpetually smelling poop.
That's the way I feel. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but about Cersei Lannister on Game of Thrones. Her nostrils are always kind of flared, and the corners of her lips are kind of up a little bit, like
Did someone defecate? Someone. Everyone, check your trousers.
Eyes open wide, nostrils flared. All right, anyhow.
There's a distinct odor of fecal matter.
She said that I'm grateful that I have a voice which I can now feel comfortable using as a platform to let people know that we all have our ups and downs in life.
Check your trousers.
And we can all come up from the downs if we get in touch with our inner self and spiritual side.
Hey, I'm happy if she's turned it around. She's got that Russian boyfriend, right? The multimillionaire boyfriend?
Yeah, Igor Terabazov. That's what? Stravinsky.
This is my woman.
She
loves chicken fingers.
She also says of her future plans of making more films, writing my books, starting my charity, working with children a lot, maybe having some of my own soon after I get some movies done first. She seems to be course corrected and getting her life together. I don't know what that means as far as her career goes, though.
I don't think it's going to be where it could have been, but maybe that's the best thing for her. Maybe getting back into that lifestyle would be detrimental.
Yeah. She could pull a Robert Downey Jr.
She could play Iron Man.
I don't know if she could play Iron Man, but
I can't take the chicken fingers to this opening. There's an 800-pound gorilla in the room. How do I get chicken fingers through this thing?
Tell Jarvis to open the hatch. And it will. And
You're a disaster.
The face mask will actually
down as close as a place to sell chicken fingers.
will open, and then you can eat your chicken fingers.
There's a Popeyes on Route 1.
Maybe a little underdone. Let me kick him up a little bit. Just like I like him.
I'm sorry, heating them up.
Let me get that for you. They're a little cold. Just like I like him.
No, what I'm saying is she might be able to turn her acting career around. She's not as talented as Robert. Even when Robert Downey Jr. was younger, even in those like Weird Science and Back to School, stuff like that, you could tell he had acting chops. So.
It's hard for her though because she really the party lifestyle left a mark on her appearance, and it's harder for women in general. And then when they mess up their appearance like she has over the last 10 years or so, it's going to be an interesting thing to see where she goes next.
Nick, I clearly remember we did it. We did a Dirty Old Man screening of Mean Girls.
Yep.
Well, that's what we called it. We had a whole bunch of guys.
We called it the Dirty Old Man Matinee. And we went to a matinee showing of we took a bunch of guys to a matinee showing of
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls when she turned 18. Oh my God.
How pathetic.
Hey, Lindsay, can you warm up this burrito for me here?
No problem. Stand back. Jarvis, hit it.
Hikaru Sulu.
Yes.
Is revealed to be gay in the upcoming Star Trek Beyond movie. Sulu never had any romantic partners on the original series, but it was eventually revealed that he did have a daughter who was a character in the 1994 movie Star Trek Generations.
And Spock's going to be a plushie, Preston.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you need to do something to that guy.
I find it very comforting around my testicles to feel the soft, stuffed quality.
It is a logical sensation.
Yes. It arouses me in a very primal way. The Ponfar is kicked in. I must return to my home planet and bang a teddy bear. They should give everyone something. Everyone should have something, right?
I agree. I mean, after
Dr.
all,
McCoy's into hot Carls.
I mean, Kirk's a total perv. He'll bang anything.
Listen, after all,
Kirk is crawling with disease.
The show itself was meant to show diversity in the future.
Gene Roddenberry's saying infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Yeah, all across. And then eventually when it got to the next generation, it got outside of the United States. It got out, diversity in different alien species and so forth with, Worf on the deck and so forth.
What you dip your wick in, as they say.
God, what would Worf do? What would his perversion
Oh, this is going to be good. Here, put the saran wrap over your face.
He's the hot Carl fanatic. God, imagine what would come out of that.
Klingon hot Carl?
Oh, my God.
Forget it.
It'd be corrosive.
Oh, my God.
It'd be like burn through your skin.
Like the blood in Alien.
A hot Worf.
Yeah, a hot Worf.
By the way, I think I can safely say that the words Klingon hot Carl have never been said by anyone in humanity before.
I'm sorry. It melted your face. Captain, may I speak with you for a second? What is it, Wolf? I just did a Klingon sexual act and melted my partner's face. How many times have I warned you about the hot Carl?
Hot Worf.
It was not meant for your species.
Oh, my God.
There is no saran wrap that contained my fecal matter.
Woo!
But yeah, in the long run, though, I think this is it's a great way to pay tribute to
George Takei.
George Takei, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's the first LGBT character to be introduced to the franchise in the 50 years that it has been around.
Mr. Wolf, you must stop doing that. You almost breached the outer hull of the ship. We were able to freeze your fecal matter before it hit the retaining wall.
Set shields to maximum. Oh, my God.
Can't contain it, sir. It's another hot cattle. Of course, I'm mixing cruise here.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. Oh. I can't contain it.
Can't contain it, Captain. The crazy Klingon.
Final frontier.
And his poopy sex.
Oh, dear God. Okay, so I guess that's revealed in the next movie that Sulu is gay.
And I think it's just, as he said, it's casually mentioned in passing.
Yeah, it's just.
It's not like, they're 69ing,
Yeah. I think I've decided something.
What did you? Wait, are you the decider?
No.
No?
I am the noticer.
Okay.
But I have decided that when I am the noticer,
Oh, you're going to do something?
You're going to put a fake beard on?
I'm going to put on
Wow.
Nice. All right.
hero
That's going to get old real quick.
noticer mask.
Oh, kind of like the noticer?
Preston Elliott, in the dark of night, he seeks out stories to entertain you. He is the noticer.
I had this superhero mask, and it sat on my desk for years, and I'm like, I wish I could do something with that.
He wished he could do something with it.
So I'm now wearing the superhero mask when I am the noticer.
Known to a select few as the noticer.
Yeah, this will get old, right?
It's
Kate?
going to get old for you, not for me.
It's already old.
Well, I noticed that the Mega Millions jackpot for today has ballooned up to $540 million.
Where does that put that in comparison to the biggest of all time?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That $1.1 billion Powerball lottery, there's a still. I can't look at you.
I'm sorry, I have this mask on my face right now.
Preston Elliott.
I'll take it off in a minute.
Nick can't look at him, but we can.
There were 3 winners, 3 tickets won. One is yet to be claimed. If Preston has a mask on, Casey probably should have one on too.
It's not that hard to push a button.
Casey Boy Wonder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I put some saran wrap on my face and have
And also crap on your face. It'll do you give you a hot wharf.
A steaming
Klingon?
Steaming Klingon.
I just gave Casey a steaming Klingon.
I'm sure if I'm wearing a mask, then Nick should take his shirt off.
Well, listen.
Okay.
Well, and if Nick's taking his shirt off, I should probably take mine
Done.
off.
Oh, Marissa found some saran wrap.
Pencil loaf.
Dude, are you serious?
It's for the bit.
All right.
Preston Elliott noticed some other things. He's still wearing his mask.
I am still wearing my mask. You know what? I'm going to have an imprint of this mask on my face when I'm done, probably.
So people are going to know who you really are.
Damn it.
We have found out who Batman is. Mr. Wayne, would you step forward? So he's got the line around his...
Yeah. How'd you know?
What?
He does have eye makeup on too, right?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes. How do you get that off so quickly? And
They're appliques.
And how do you put it on? But he does have.
What do you mean?
What?
He's got
see the lines.
the circles around his eyes like the trick binoculars.
And his hair's all molded into the pointed bat ears. That. Come here, look in the mirror. Oh, damn it.
For a while, believe it or not, there was octopus wrestling.
Really?
And you can look that up if you want to.
Who did that?
Or octopus fighting. I'm sorry.
Oh, so an octopus would face off against an octopus. It would be an octopus.
Marissa, it's funny that you mentioned that. If you can't make it tonight, I've got an event you can go to. This is a butt plug I want to do.
Yeah.
Listener, by the way, Shauna Bell had emailed me about this event. So, Shauna, thank you for getting it. Yes. Shauna G. The Dinner in White fundraiser for the Indian Valley Public Library is coming up next Saturday, the 19th. So you can
what's
go
that
to
about?
that. It says, unlike Marissa's Dinner en Blanc, we provide the location ahead of time, as well as tables, chairs, tablecloths, and entertainment. You bring your own food, table settings, decor, and, of course, drinks. They have a DJ for music during dinner and dancing afterwards, a silent auction, raffle, baskets, and a wine pull. Tickets are $45 for individuals, $80 for couples, $300 for a table of 8. And you dress in white, and you get a group of friends together for a night of fun. So
sounds magical.
I sent that information over to Nick, and it is posted on the community page of WMMR.com. So if you don't want to deal with the traffic and hustle and bustle of the city, you can do this out my way, Indian Valley Public Library out in kind of the Harleysville area. So there you go. There's your option.
Maybe I'll go just to wear my wedding dress again.
Maybe.
That's my plan for tonight.
Oh, really? For tonight?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
if the weather holds up.
All right, we'll see. I think I'm going to share some advice with you
Is
this
this
morning.
Preston's life lessons?
I'm the therapist.
The therapist.
Yes, I have no idea what kind of music one would use for the therapist, but
They usually don't play music during a therapy session.
no, it's pretty quiet.
But it's not
right?
like spa-like.
Well,
What? What are you thinking?
well.
Taylor Swift?
No. I mean, I do have
The
spa
historian.
type music.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay. we'll see.
And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work.
Go ahead.
It's too tense.
Yeah.
Tense?
People be freaking out. Yes. I think this is kind of...
tense about this?
No, this is very like you're going to get a massage.
Like the beginning part of it.
They play this type of music when you're getting massages.
I'm scared.
What about? I have different
By
relaxation
the way, we
music.
plan things way in advance
yes,
here on the
absolutely.
show, so go ahead.
That's ominous.
Yeah.
Okay, then no music.
No music.
All right.
Just sit
Wait,
quietly.
how
on
about the
couch.
wait?
We can play the wait from the band.
Yeah.
Which
I went down
obviously-
to my therapist.
Great song. Hang on. Take that from the beginning, please. All right, here we go. The Therapist.
I went down to my therapist because I needed some mental help.
So, no, this is according to a Harvard psychologist, and he says if you use any of these 9 phrases every day, you are more emotionally resilient than most people.
So this would be proof you're more emotionally resilient, or if you employ these phrases, you will become.
I don't know about the becoming. Maybe
What kind of therapist are you?
maybe a accredited one.
Well, I believe in you.
So I think if you already do this, this is a sign. But maybe you can use these
It's like a mantra.
as a mechanism to help you become more resilient.
All right.
So
Interesting.
emotionally resilient people are deliberate in their response to painful experiences. They allow themselves to grieve, remind themselves of what they are grateful for, and focus on what they control in the moment. So it says many people struggle with this. It takes effort, practice, and mental strength. So maybe, yes, if you practice these type of things. And I was reading through this, and I hit most of these, and I definitely do this. My sister and I were having a conversation not that long ago. My mom is going through some struggles. It's really weighing on my sister big time. I mean, and my sister is not emotionally resilient, and she had asked me how I stay so strong.
Yeah.
And I really didn't have an answer for her. It was just,
Sexy fries.
you can't beat sexy fries from Butcher and Barkeep. It does help quite a bit.
What did you say to her?
I told her I don't really know.
Yeah.
I couldn't offer up any advice on how maybe she can be more resilient, but I do have a hand. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not emotional. I do. You know, I get, especially when it comes to movies and TV shows, man, do I get emotional when it comes to that stuff. But I can usually have a handle on things, and it's because of saying little phrases like this, which I'll share with you here in a second.
Well, then this couldn't come at a better time because there's all sorts of reports coming out about stress levels in today's world and people dealing with certain things and on a macro and micro level, what people are encountering. And that's why we have so many, people seeking therapy and help with their mental condition.
I think that some of it comes with time, too, of going through things.
Wisdom.
Yeah. So,
general acquired wisdom.
So I will, I'll give you this first one. Number one, it says, if you use any of these phrases every day, you're more emotionally resilient than most. And the first one is, I can get through this.
Yes.
Emotional resilience is associated with grit and mental toughness. There is an understanding that we have to be strong and overcome adversity without letting it break us. A similar phrase is, as much as I hate this, I can survive it.
I will break you.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, because I can get through this.
Maybe we need to use the Rocky music.
I know that
therapy.
you didn't think I could get through this. But because I listened to the Preston and Steve show, Preston said I could.
Well, you know the phrase I use all the time, which is similar to this too shall pass.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
I can get through this.
Something similar. I don't say this too shall pass, but I do when I'm going through a funk.
Yeah.
I always know that every single time I've come out of this.
It does.
It's going to take, it may stick around for a little bit, but every time I've come out of this, and I will come out of this again.
It's the truth. And it's when you're in it, it's hard to believe that. But again, Preston, you're right. If you live long enough, you realize the cyclical nature of these things. And you can think of those times when you're at the beginning of something that was a horrific run and realize that you got past it, you know, unless you got killed.
There's a cliche that I heard years ago that, some people hate it, but I love it, is, God will not give you anything that you can't handle.
Right.
Right. So if you're a spiritual person, if you're, a man or a woman of God,
or a prize fighter,
then that will ring true to you. But no, I look at how other people have handled adversity, and there are a lot of people in my life that I know have been handed some pretty lousy scenarios, and they have gotten through it one way or another. And so you can draw upon the strength of other people.
Absolutely.
And there's another saying that I got from the movie The Edge with Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin. What one man can do, another can do. So that's so
and
I
there's
look
a
at
bear
that.
in that movie.
There is a bear.
But I mean, listen, now this, with a caveat here, you
Fish
talk
eggs?
about more than you can handle. Now, if you have like a terminal diagnosis or something like that, that's a different story. I mean, this is more day to day, I think.
But you can apply. I know what you're saying. It's all relative. But I think we talk about this a lot, and people sometimes get dismissive of these things, of these mantras, of these things to remind yourself of. I've employed them for many years of my life to get through things, and they've worked. So I'm on the other end of a lot of this stuff saying, they did work for me, so hopefully they work for you.
By the way, number 4 phrase on this list is "this too shall pass."
Oh, there you go.
So we just knocked 2 out of the way.
I didn't even read the list.
Yeah.
Can I ask a kind of morbid question to you guys?
Sure.
It's sort of along these lines. I've been thinking about Paul Rubens, and I often think about Norm Macdonald a lot. And both of those guys kept their illnesses really close to the vest, and not many people knew at all. If you got a diagnosis like that, and that's why I brought it up, Preston, because you were just talking about what would your attitude be, would you tell people?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. I thought about that recently in the same thing, and I'm like, man, what would I do? I really don't know.
I was watching a clip.
An absolute terminal diagnosis.
I was watching a clip of Norm on Letterman, and it was actually, ironically, like 2 or 3 weeks before he was here, before he did his show at Helium. And I was wondering, on that clip with Dave, if Norm knew that he was sick at that point.
He might very well have known that. I think what I would do, I've had cancer and prostate and beat that, and thankfully, wonderfully with the assistance of Dr. Mike, great, terrific. But if I had something where I said, you've got 6 months, I would come to work and cry all the time. I think that's what I would do.
On air?
Yeah, on air. And I think I'd walk up and down the hallways. I think just free lunches alone. That I would get.
That's going to help.
All right.
I think, Nick, a lot of times it's, and I feel this, like you just don't want people to fuss over you and mourn over you while you're still alive.
Case when I had the prostate cancer and had and I had the surgery, I had no symptoms. The PSA saved my life. I encourage you to get the PSA test. But Preston, after that, I got a few awards for my battle with cancer, and I had to say, I didn't battle it. I didn't battle, someone like
you got on it quick.
Right.
Yeah.
And so someone who's like a kid at CHOP right now who's dealing with it, that's a battle. Right. So it's all relative.
All right, here's another phrase that if you say every day, you're more emotionally resilient than most, and it is, I am not going to let myself be a victim. Being resilient means that when you experience the pain of mistreatment, you shift your perspective from I'm a victim and powerless to help myself to how can I grow from this?
Yeah.
A similar phrase is even though
I'm growing right now.
Just looking at you.
Just looking at you.
No, a similar phrase is even though I was a victim in this situation, I won't let it define me or ruin my future.
That is super sage advice.
Yeah.
If you feel you're invested in the outcome and you can learn or take control of it, that will help you. Mm-hmm. Is there a time recently where you employed that and thought, I'm not going to be a victim?
Not in recent memory. I
like
did
when you were turning that screw and your shoulder exploded.
Oh, man, that poor guy.
No, I did have a day where I ran into a couple of people that were just jerks for no reason. And one of them I let get to me. And then after a while, it faded, fortunately, but I couldn't shake it for the day.
Right.
But I tried to remind myself, dude, don't let this guy get under your skin. There's no reason for that. It's not worth it.
You took control.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it a traffic incident?
No.
Because I had one of those last week, and it really shook me and bothered me.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, Preston, I went to Hand and Stone that day and got a massage, and I was like, you know what? I had this to look forward to.
Yeah.
I'm going to go there and relax, and it was incredible, and it helped me get through.
Yeah.
Because I was so mad. I was so mad.
Perfect way to take care of it. If I have a little incident or if there's something that's wrong, I keep a gun in the car.
Okay.
And so what I do is I
Fine.
will just get out and shoot in the air a few times.
Yeah.
And man, do I feel good.
When you make a noise like,
yeah.
yeah, that works too.
Boy, do I feel good. Where's Hand and Stone?
By the way, yes.
When it's someone else's aggression towards me, I try to think like, are they having a really bad day?
Yeah.
Did their cat die this morning? Like especially in a traffic, it's not at you. It's just like at the situation.
Yeah.
And it's just unless you're a really
Marissa,
big jerk and did something bad.
That's
but-
very good, too. There was a guy I thought I was antagonistic to in my old neighborhood, Manayunk, and I'd see him out on the trail, and he'd be walking his dog, and I'd be walking my dog, and I'm like, this guy is a dick, we exchanged words a few times, and I later found out his wife was dying of cancer.
Wow.
And we got to talking, and then he became a friend, and you remember that. That's very sage advice. What is that person, perhaps, what did they just learn that morning? What's going on in their lives? We don't know.
Mm-hmm. There's a great episode of Ted Lasso where Isaac freaks out and goes up into the stands, and then Roy is giving his commentary, and he's like, look, I don't know what's going on in his life. I don't know what's going on in your life. You don't know what's going on in my life.
Right.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
So, by the way, watch Ted Lasso.
That's a good start.
It's a good place to put you in the right. All right, we have calm therapy music.
Okay.
Let's try this now for the therapist and see how this fits in.
Ooh.
There you go.
Ooh, nice job, Connor.
I like it, the therapist. All right, so excuse me.
You get so relaxed.
This is a safe space.
Let it all
You
out.
can let it out.
Slowly, yes. Like you're letting a line out.
A little more. A little more.
Yeah. Keep it coming. You got any more in there, buddy?
There you go. Congratulations.
It all comes
All
back
right,
to
here's
farts.
another phrase that if you say you're more emotionally resilient than others, and that is...
Nick just gave a good phrase, by the way.
What was
Preston.
it?
It all comes down to farts.
No, the phrase is life is hard.
Yeah.
Resilience is associated with the basic acceptance that life isn't always fair and that we all experience emotional hardships. Accepting this truth helps people to not take things as personally when undesirable events happen. And there's a similar phrase that you could use, which is, I won't always be happy with how things play out, but that is part of the journey. So if you can remind yourself of that.
Don't stop believing.
And don't stop believing.
That's a good point.
And
That's a really good point.
roll with the changes.
Yes.
Yes, please. on. And I've gotten to know myself a little bit better. And yeah, I keep pushing on. And it's just a great,
I love it.
That's my little mantra.
I love it.
So, REO Speedwagon.
Yes.
God bless you.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one. Here's another phrase that you can use.
God bless REO Speedwagon.
More.
I just want to remind you of the sentient salient points often made by REO Speedwagon.
Mr. Gorbachev, roll with the changes.
How the hell did Ronnie get in here? Wow. Okay. Here's another phrase to use.
The moment you are willing and I am able.
The phrase that you can use for another resilience phrase you can use is, what can I learn from this? This is one that I don't use that often and need to use more often.
Which is, you've been presented with something. Are you going to glean something from it?
Yes.
Or is it just going to be a bump that you're going to ignore?
Yeah. And
it's hard to remind yourself to do that.
If there's a negative experience that you have, is there something you can take from it? So it says openness to experiences and the ability to shift from perspective from why did this happen to me to what can I take from this to help me grow can help you better navigate through life's inevitable ups and downs.
Do you know what helped me with that? When therapy, counseling.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I've used it a couple times in my life just to get a perspective and learn how to process those moments. It does help.
Yeah, the tough part is reminding yourself to ask that question, is to go, all right, wait a minute, hold on, I just went through this.
Yes.
Let me step back and analyze this for a second.
Or do I want to repeat this over and over again without growing?
Yeah.
And I'm growing right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right, another phrase that will help you be resilient is, I need some time. A key component of resilience is emotional flexibility, or the ability to regulate your feelings and reduce their intensity in a given situation. Mastery over this can help us feel empowered during challenging times. So a similar phrase to use is, I'm feeling a strong emotion, so I'm going to take a moment before I respond or make any big decisions.
Now, here's where I struggle with that. Remembering that little last part right when the emotion is happening, because my mind gets flooded by the emotion itself, especially when it's anger.
Yeah.
And I have to try consciously to think of that thing where I bring that thought into my head instead of allowing the emotion, normally anger, to take over my thought process.
So the tool is sitting there, and you can't, it's almost like it's out of your reach. I know exactly what you're talking about. So with me, where it's manifested the most is if I have a dust up with Claire.
Okay.
Where let me take a breath.
Yeah.
And she knows if she feels that way with me. Let's step back. Like cooler heads prevail. It's a classic axiomatic phrase, but it's the truth. Take that breather. It will help.
Yeah, Steve, in therapy one time.
OJ didn't.
That takes it to an extreme.
Yeah.
But in therapy one time, I learned the lesson of, like, if you're literally seeing red, if you feel like your engines are revving into the red, do your best to separate that just for a moment, knowing that time will allow the RPMs to go back down.
Right. So if you say, if I have it said to me, or I say, I'm just going to take a minute, a couple minutes. Let me think about this, rather than the perception of storming off or storming out of the room. I'm just going to collect my thoughts here.
Yeah.
I think everybody understands that because everyone's been on the other side of something like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The serenity prayer is a really great mantra for that stuff, which is, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And if you can say that over and over again as you're experiencing said emotion, it's said negative emotion, it really does help if you understand the words.
The real challenge is, can you say that with a mouthful of cinnamon?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, if you breathe that stuff in, man, you start choking right away. Don't even try it. All right, another phrase that can keep you more resilient is, I still have things to be grateful for. We're hardwired to notice threats to our well-being, but people who are resilient find a way to turn towards the positive, even in times of difficulty.
I had a incredibly clear lesson in what I call compartmentalizing. When my mother was, in hospice at home, she was dealing with all sorts of stuff. And then she'd sit there, and she loved Lipton tea, and she'd make tea for her. And she'd go, this tea's really good. So here she's sitting in a hospital bed. Days are numbered, all of that stuff. But here's something good.
Yeah.
And enjoying it,
Yep. A similar phrase used is, I may be struggling, but I can find a way to be thankful for the good things in my life. So, yeah, I kind of find those good things, and it may be hard to see those things sometimes.
And I know both you and I agree on, I find it hard to have time for anyone who can't find something that they should be thankful for in life. It's like, really? What are you owed?
It's hard to separate
crumb bum.
Sometimes that emotion with toxic positivity, with somebody just saying, it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be all right.
And that's dismissive.
Exactly. Yeah. And so like when you, and so you have to, sometimes these negative emotions or these negative thoughts serve a purpose. So I think you have to allow for those to exist. Going back to what you said earlier, Preston, that life is hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if life is going to suck sometimes, acknowledge that it's going to suck sometimes, but it's not going to suck all the time.
Right. And as we're having this conversation right now, this is a pretty deep conversation we're having here. But I'm also
We're
thinking
getting to
about
the baseball stuff later.
We are getting to the baseball stuff later on. But I'm also thinking about somebody who might be listening right now who's going, dude, you have no idea how bad my life is. You know what I mean? And there are people who have really, really dark things going on.
That you just can't even comprehend.
Yeah.
But there are similar stories. And again, the last thing you want to do, and you're exactly right, Nick, is say, well, just be happy.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
That's the last thing. More people, it's something you learn also when you're married or in a long-term relationship. You're not being asked to fix anything. You're being asked to understand and commiserate or to be empathetic to, not, I'll take care of it for you. You can't do that. But I feel where you're coming from means a lot more.
You guys want to talk to an actual therapist?
Yeah.
All right, let me go to, hey, do we have therapist music once again? Here? Hang on a second. There. Hang on. There we go. All right, this is Mallory. Yo, Mallory.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Mallory, are you a therapist?
I am.
Oh, excellent.
Are we making
How we doing?
Good points here?
This is awesome, you guys. I love this discussion that you're having. So I'm calling because I just heard you guys talking about, wanting to regulate your emotions. And Nick, you were talking about struggling with anger. So I wanted to give you and your listeners a helpful skill that you can try the next time you're struggling with that.
Good.
Okay, so it's called STOP. It's an acronym. So the S stands for stop. You can physically stop yourself. Just give yourself a moment to freeze. Don't do anything. Don't say anything. Recognize when your anger or another negative emotion is on like a scale of 8, 9, 10 out of 10. You're not going to think or do anything really logical.
Mm-hmm.
You want to give yourself time to just stop.
Right.
The T stands for take a step back. So when you're faced with a difficult situation, it might be hard to think about, how am I going to deal with this on the spot? So give yourself that time to just calm yourself, take a step back, figuratively from the situation and get unstuck from what's going on.
All right.
Then the O stands for observe. So observe what's happening around you. Observe your anger, that other negative emotion coming down in intensity. Maybe if somebody else is involved, take a moment to notice what's happening with them.
Yeah.
If you're having trouble grounding yourself in the moment, look at what's around you. Just do some mindfulness.
Mm-hmm.
And then the P stands
can
for
I guess? Can I guess what the P is for?
Yeah.
Puke.
Is it puke?
Like at that moment, and you just vomit.
Puke, if you're able to get it down that low.
Okay.
But
Fight or flight.
What does the P stand for?
it stands for proceed mindfully. So at this point, hopefully that anger or that other emotion has lessened in intensity. So now you can actually let your logical mind kick in and ask yourself, you know, what do I want to do? What do I want to say? How do I want to respond? So you're responding rather than reacting.
That's a great way to proceed, and it's stop, correct?
It's stop.
Okay.
S-T-O-P.
So,
all right.
So actually stop, take a step back, observe, and then proceed,
puke.
and then puke after that.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mallory. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thanks for having this conversation.
You got it. Anytime. So
You do sense there's a lot of people, you know, dealing with stuff. I know we all do, and I see a lot of people who just seem to be, you know, having a tough time slogging through it all.
Sure, and a therapist like Mallory is, if you have the ability to reach out to someone and talk to them, do it. I did it a few years ago, and I remember I was like, I entered into it hesitantly, and I called my best friend who had spoke to a therapist. I'm like, dude, how do you start with this? He goes, you just call him in to talk to him, and that's it.
Who is this?
That is literally how you start, and you'll figure it out as you go along.
Well, right now we actually also have it's a recent development. I guess it really came to the forefront during COVID, which is the ability to sort of see a therapist or Zoom a therapist or
I've never met my therapist in person, actually.
So
and
if
it
you
worked.
want, right? I mean, if you're reticent, that might be something to consider. Don't don't suffer if you don't have to.
Yep. All right, so there's 2 more phrases here.
All right.
To mention that will keep you emotionally resilient or show that you are emotionally resilient. This
Remain
one is
clappy.
This one is, it is what it is. And that's a phrase you hear all the time.
And a lot of people hate that phrase, but I think it's a good phrase. It is what it is.
If you don't like it is what it is, can you say que sera, sera?
Yeah, whatever will be, will be.
Yeah.
Or sai edelon concom.
Yeah,
that
which
might
is
be
Nell's way of saying I just pooped in your foyer.
Nell!
What'd you do?
Nell!
That's her mantra.
You better clean it up!
Yep.
So, "nyeh" is for never be sad. Nyeh.
Yeah.
That's her
Y?
version of stop.
So anyhow, the key,
always be con-conning. That's the Glengarry Glen Ross Nell speech.
Yeah.
the key to resilience is not denying reality or
David Mamet wrote Nell.
or seeking out a reason that makes us feel better about why something happened. When we arrive,
Always sidle a con-con.
when we arrive at a place of radical acceptance, the situation has less power over us. A simple phrase you can use is I have to see reality for what it is, even if it is not what I want, so I can move forward.
Yeah.
So this is the way it is, and accept that, but I can move past that.
So my
You know what
younger
I mean?
brother, Tom Preston, I used as a kid, I used to freak him out and say, Tom, the universe goes on forever. We don't know where it ends, and that the enormity of that, would drive him over the edge, and he would freak out. And the thing I always say is, but you're still going to get your visa bill in the mail.
Right.
It's still going to come. That's the way of it.
Somebody texts and says, it is what it is, and it ain't 1 and 8. Kong Kong.
Exactly. Now go poop. I let Nell out to poop.
Case, you got to take Nell out.
No.
Take Nell out.
I just took Nell out.
Yeah.
Look, she rang the bell by the door.
All right, before I get the last phrase, hang on. Donna.
Nell got to go con-con.
Donna wants to share a phrase that has helped her. Let me go to her. Hey, Donna, good morning.
Hi, sorry to bother you at work.
Nope.
Okay.
What's up, Donna?
It would just be too long to get into, but there's something called DBT therapy.
Okay.
And I was listening to the therapist, and I'm like, oh my God, one of the DBT skills is stop.
Oh, okay.
And then when you just mentioned radical acceptance.
There you go.
So Donna, have you used these techniques? Has it made a difference in your life?
It has saved my life.
Wow. All right. And there was
It has kept me out of. I've spent time in and out of hospitals. It has kept me out of the hospital.
Nice.
And it has kept me alive. And the one that works for me is it's a skill called ride the wave, and it's you allow the emotion, you don't fight it, and then you remind yourself that it's not permanent.
Right.
So what I said, is it's not like the this too shall pass or whatever. It's this feeling isn't permanent.
Right. No, that's
because if you get into your head and you think this feeling is permanent, and then that leads you down that dark hole.
No, you're right. So Pierre always describes, he says, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem, and it's similar to that. And you're doing well with this, and this has helped you greatly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into all of it, but it's. I'm so much better now, and I actually went through cancer during COVID.
Wow.
It helped me get through that.
That's excellent.
Donna, if you don't mind my asking, how did you find your therapist, and how long did it take before you started feeling like this was working for you?
Well, it's actually like a course.
Okay.
That I was sent to after one of my hospitalizations. And honestly, the day that I started, I'm like, oh, this is just a waste of my insurance companies. And by the time I left there, I was like, this should be being taught in schools. It should just be, everywhere.
Okay.
And everyone that I've gone to DBT therapy with agrees.
DBT therapy.
Which stands for dialectal behavior therapy. We pulled up the information here about it. Okay. That sounds interesting.
I mean, basically, what I tell people, the best description is it's a combination of like CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and like Buddhism, Zen, like the therapist
That's all good
mentioned-
stuff. And if it's helped you, because we want you around. We're so glad you called.
Yeah, it says it's the type
like
of
the
talk
therapist-
therapy for people who experience emotions very intensely.
Mhm.
For people with
It's very
borderline
good for
personality
people
disorder.
with. It's very good for borderline personality disorder.
Yep.
There you go.
Excellent.
All right.
But I just.
Go ahead, Donna.
The therapist. I'm sorry. I get forgetful sometimes. The therapist.
It's not a
said
problem.
something else, and the therapist said something else, and now I can't remember what it was.
That's all right. Listen, we appreciate you enlightening us to this DBT, and people are listening to this, so hopefully looking into that as well. It's working for you, so we're happy.
And
about
if you
that.
think of it,
I remember
just
what it
send
was.
it. Okay, go ahead.
It was regarding mindfulness.
Okay.
So that's one of the main skills with DBT is because you have to be mindful first, and then you can take care of
being aware of yourself, where you are, what's happening now, that type of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Awesome,
Excellent.
Donna.
Thank you, Donna. Happy to hear you're doing well.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Very sweet.
All right, and then the last phrase is I'm letting this go.
Let it go.
This is right. Staying mired in resentment, wanting retribution, or focusing on payback keeps us holding on to past pain. Developing resilience requires getting to a place where we can see difficult life circumstances for what they are and actively choosing to let them go.
Isn't it essentially learning to roll with the changes?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
totally.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
A similar phrase is, it says, forgiving. Heavy topic for this early in the morning, but
If someone listening has benefited from it, I always think this is very important stuff to talk about. I think people respond well to it. We hope it makes a better day for you just pondering some of this.
Absolutely.
Dearly beloved.
Yes. It kind of sounded like that at the beginning, right?
Really bloody.
Time's up. So we have to wrap up our session now. But thank you. Please fill out the insurance information.
Right, yeah.
And,
That'll be $300.
We'll bill you. With that, let's take a quick break. We'll get into the bizarre file when we return. And with all the excitement last night at the ballpark, we obviously have to talk about that. Michael Lorenzen with the no-hitter. And then you had the new guy, Weston Wilson, who hit his first plate appearance. Hits a home run after being in the minors for a gazillion years.
I hit a home run.
And Castellanos had his 200.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy night at the ballpark. So we're going to talk to Michael Barkann in a little while. We also have John Kruk on the program. We're going to talk mullets with him. We're talking about UFOs and hot sauce. And listen, therapy, it's a full day. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Sayada Long Kong Kong. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMM.
40s or something like that. Nick, do me a favor. Look it
Now
up.
it's time for an octopus fight. Say, this fellow looks rather spry. Do you care to face the octopus?
I wonder if there's
I
anything.
squirted ink in his face. That's dirty pool.
Nick is looking up. I don't see it. What are you looking at? The lion?
The lion and the anaconda. I didn't know that was a fight that was possible.
There are. You can find animal fights, like in the wild.
To be honest, I never much liked anacondas anyway. But I guess if lions and anacondas can get along, maybe we all can.
Can you click on that lion anaconda fight? I want to see that.
That one looked fake.
I was going to watch
You think it's fake?
Doc Ock versus Spider-Man.
No.
Nick is.
There was a series for a while, Preston, you remember, where they had imaginary battles.
Yeah.
So who would win between a fight between a polar bear
And a crocodile.
And a crocodile, right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now, this is 4.5 minutes long.
Or what would win, I should say.
Yeah, we don't have time to watch all this. So now we're watching a lion attack a giraffe. Or actually, the giraffe is attacking the lion.
Yeah.
Lion, giraffe
Kicking its ass, too. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Trampling this thing.
I know that you never thought that a giraffe could beat a lion. But I guess I never much thought that too.
I never much thought that, too. Now we're watching a cobra versus a mongoose. Those are known adversaries. They would have fights. You put two of those in a
Ricky Tikki Tavi, right?
Right. Yeah.
And now, meerkat versus hoot owl.
snake versus crocodile.
All right, let's go.
Casey's all about this, man. Yeah.
I think it's snake.
The snake will win the fight.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Looks like the
crocodile won it. I don't know.
I've seen alligator versus an eel.
Do they tap out?
The snake doesn't
Remember,
have any.
snake. Safe word to sofa.
All right, jaguar versus crocodile. All right, let's see.
You're going to give him play-by-play?
Jag doesn't have a chance. He doesn't even know that the crocodile's in the water.
Looks like he's dragging it out, Casey.
Looks like he's dragging it out, though.
The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an opinion which found in part that sharing passwords is a crime prosecutable under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And the decision, according to a dissenting opinion on the case, makes millions of people who share passwords for services like Netflix and HBO Go into unwitting federal criminals.
I don't want to go to jail for something stupid like that. Like, I know people who have who rent like the streaming movies. Whatever's in the theater right now, they can get online. I'm like,
Right.
I am not
Would it suck?
doing hard time.
If you're sitting in a cell with a guy who cut somebody's head off,
Yeah.
what are you in for? I shared my Netflix password. Say that again? I shared my Netflix password. But tell me how you beheaded that family again.
All right, so I'm a little concerned by this news story.
How many federal laws have you violated?
I don't know. Are there any gray areas in this? And I don't quite get what the illegality on sharing passwords is.
All right, here let me. This is the case that supposedly may set the precedent. The decision came in the case of David Nussel, an employee at the executive search or headhunter firm Korn Ferry International. Nussel, Korn Ferry.
I'm the corn fairy. Your corn will grow tall and yellow. Thank you, corn fairy. The Indians refer to it as maize.
If it helps, corn is spelled Korn.
Oh, okay.
And then ferry is Ferry.
Wrong fairy. This is the corn fairy.
I only have one TV in my house, but other people use my Netflix account, and they have their own separate channels. But I'm the one that's paying for it. But I'm allowing them to use it in a different place.
No, then you should be okay if you're covered for X amount of screens.
Yeah,
then
I am.
I don't think
then you're
that-
fine.
Okay.
But it's
But the people are sharing it, and
I'd lawyer up.
This is all gonna be admitted as evidence in the trial.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McElwain. On the evening of April 23rd, you seemingly shared your Netflix password with a whole cadre of people.
I object.
I'd like to represent myself.
Khloe Kardashian is denying that she was bullying Chloe Moretz when she tweeted a photo of what she believed to be the 19-year-old star's bare butt over the Kim Kardashian-Taylor Swift drama.
Oh, man. Steve, you blew this one.
I saw this picture, though.
I didn't see it.
And it's, now, the apparently there was butthole visible.
No.
That's what I hear because it was blocked out. Chloe Moretz Grace Mellencamp is bent over on the beach, and she's wearing a bikini, and they blocked out the area that would be said butthole.
If you're wearing a bikini, how do you see butthole?
The bikini
Off to the
cinches
side.
in, and the butthole pops out.
It's one of my favorite words, by the way.
Butthole. All right, take a look at this picture.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
You see what I'm saying?
So she's riding piggyback on a guy, and he's reaching around with his hands to grab her, I guess her legs to support her, but he grabbed her suit and pulled it off to the side.
Whoa.
Oh, that sucks.
And it exposes her butthole.
Okay, but why is Khloe Kardashian tweeting this?
Because she's striking back at Chloe Grace Moretz because she chimed in on the Tay Kanye conflict.
Now look at this butthole.
Yeah, look at this chick's butthole.
All right, but all right. So the response that Chloe wrote was, "Is this the hole you're talking about, or whatever?"
Okay.
So I want to know what Chloe's Maurice Gretz Mellencamp's
All right.
what her tweet was.
She initially reacted to the Kim and Taylor war by tweeting, "Everyone in this industry needs to get their heads out of a hole
Yes.
Okay.
and look around to realize what's actually happening in the real world."
That prompted Chloe to post a picture of her butthole.
I rest my case.
Man.
I'm glad we did that story, though.
The butthole wars, they have begun.
The butthole wars.
Here, I'm going to read this headline to you. Poisonous rattlesnake warning in South Jersey. Casey hates the idea of rattlesnakes. And where are you spending your summer?
South Jersey.
That's right.
Oh my
So this, honestly, and we have been for the longest time saying you have nothing to worry about, and apparently we were wrong.
Well, listen, I always thought that they were like west of the Mississippi, like Colorado, Utah, Nevada, that area. And then, lo and behold, a couple of summers ago, my father-in-law saw one up in the Poconos. And I'm like, what? And I didn't believe him.
Because he lies. He's the one who told you about the flying squirrels.
He's a drinker, and he's a
Let me
known
tell
liar.
you something. The place is crawling with unicorns.
Well, he also told me about the flying squirrels up there as well, and I
Now
didn't
that
believe him.
he's accurate.
Well, he's accurate about the rattlesnakes too.
Yeah, the guy is just absolutely tapped into nature. He's Grizzly Adams.
He's a mountain man. He's
a mountain man.
Yeah.
He eats tree bark and lives off deer pee.
If you think one of these snakes is bitten, someone seek medical help immediately.
Oh my God! It says once they bite you, they turn your cell phone off.
Oh no!
Yeah, so you can't call for help.
They're that.
Yeah, they're smart too. Look at snakes getting it on.
We're looking at snakes screwing.
Yeah.
Oh, hey!
Wow, look at that. That actually looks pretty hot. The way they wrap around each other like that.
Romantic.
Look at that.
They provide their own bondage equipment.
That's cozy, actually. They're cuddling.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. Ah! Sorry. I got it all over what I perceive to be your back. I can't. Well, snakes, it's hard to tell.
One more time, I'm sorry.
So dumb.
Snake sex on the Preston and Steve show.
I'm going to bang your skin right off you.
You know,
they're molting.
Yeah.
Romantic.
I banged this chick so hard last night. She totally molted right there.
Can snakes use their own molted skin as condoms?
Oh, I don't know about that. I was thinking more of like a sex doll, you know?
Yeah.
Because when the
Filled
skin
it up with peat moss. It was just like the real thing.
skin comes off whole sometimes, it seems like. Well, we got rattlers. There's a warning in South Jersey. Just to give you guys a head up, officially a warning. They're saying to keep an eye out. It's the mating season, and they're a little bit more prevalent this time around, even though they're endangered. So keep in mind, just listen for the sound
that's
of
it.
them mating.
And you'll know.
And you
Run.
should know. Exactly. And then finally, Korn will release its 12th album, The Serenity of Suffering, on October 21st via Roadrunner. Grammy Award winner Nick Raskelenik, who has worked with Foo Fighters, Deftones, and Mastodon, is producing it. So they're going in a softer direction. The album. The album is a follow-up to 2013's Paradigm Shift. On the album, Slipknot frontman Corey Taylor makes an appearance on the song "A Different World." Stop it!
The hell?
It's gross.
Good Lord.
That reminds me of something. I can't.
Tasmanian
think of what
Devil?
it is. No, but I mean,
Slayer.
do Do it again. All right. Okay. Nimnut.
Nimnut.
Nimnut. Is that what he's saying?
Nimnut. You not.
Yimnut. Yimnut.
It's such a weird sound coming out of a human.
All right.
Did Mel Blanc do Tasmanian Devil?
Yes.
Let's see. Josh Dallas and Jennifer Goodwin fell in love off screen as their Once Upon a Time characters fell in love on screen.
I can't say I wouldn't fall in love with someone named Josh Dallas.
He told reporters at Comic-Con, magical. On and off screen, it was magical.
Magic.
I can remember now when we were shooting the pilot.
I'm going to cry.
We were shooting that scene where he rides up on the horse and she's asleep in the coffin and she's surrounded by
She's beautiful.
Springsteen tickets a little bit later on this morning via the lesson question, so make sure you're paying attention. Anything that we say could end up in that later on this morning. But we have this to do now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by or powered by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate. Up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. Learn more at pgwenergysense.com. So, Casey, this kind of speaks to something you were talking about yesterday. Tampa Mayor Jane Castor made a big catch while fishing in the Florida Keys with a family late last month, spotting and hauling in a package containing 70 pounds of cocaine.
Okay. Wow.
With an estimated street value of approximately $1.1 million. This is the mayor of Tampa, Florida, who pulled this in. The package,
Soon announcing her gubernatorial.
Yeah. The package was discovered south of Marathon. Castor saved the location of the find on her watch as the family hauled the package out of the water onto the recreational boat and contacted the Monroe County Sheriff's Office to report the drugs. Border Patrol agents then took custody of the drugs. The package contained 25 bricks of cocaine. Wow. Now, before her current role as mayor, Castor spent 31 years with the Tampa Police Department, serving in nearly every capacity and in nearly every neighborhood in the city. In fact, she was involved in narcotics, so she knew exactly what this was when she saw it.
Wow.
In October 2009, Castor became Tampa's first female chief of police, serving for 6 years in that role. But she caught that cocaine.
Do you know fly fishers seldom catch this stuff?
Seldom. Yes, seldom. The missing 66-year-old hiker from Austin, Texas, who was found dead near a trail at a Utah National Park, was on a journey to spread his father's ashes, according to his family. Yeah. His sister, Ruth Hendricks Bro, said rangers believe her brother, James Bernard Hendricks, who went by Jimmy, died from heat stroke. The National Park Service began searching for the Texas man and was reported overdue from the hike on August 1st at Arches National Park. And Wednesday, August 2nd, rangers found Hendricks' vehicle at the Sand Dune Arch Trail parking lot. Shortly after, rangers discovered his body off trail nearby.
And just for clarification, you said Jimi Hendrix?
Is that his last name? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Sand Dune Arch Trail takes hikers to a hidden arch between tall sandstone walls. The hike is less than a half-mile round trip.
Yeah.
Park officials rank it as an easy hike. It takes about 15 to 30 minutes. From this trail, hikers can continue on to Broken Arch Loop Trail, which is about 2.3 miles round trip. Takes roughly an hour to complete. So this guy wasn't doing anything too crazy
it doesn't
rough.
seem like it's that taxing.
But an investigation is being conducted. Rangers believe he died from a combination of heat, high altitude, and dehydration. When park rangers found Hendricks, his quart bottle of water was empty. He was making a long road trip and taking pictures of all the beauty as he went along. He was scattering his father's ashes with an intended final destination of Reno, Nevada, which is where their dad, Neil, lived much of his life. So that's, and in fact, he titled his trip "His Last Journey with My Father."
Oh, well, yeah.
Which
it
was, but that's terrible news.
There's another place, Preston, where people go, I forget where it is, but they they go to spread ashes, or they go, I'm going to make a trip here in honor of someone. And statistically, a tremendous amount of people die getting to this place.
It's probably time to pick a new place.
Keep it in the closet.
A driver plowed through the front of a community driving school on Tuesday morning. And it gets better. A photo shows the front end of a Hyundai Tucson sitting inside the building while the crash shattered windows and knocked into the brick. No one was seriously hurt. One person suffered minor injury. Others were able to get out of the way in time. Police said the driver is an employee of the driving school.
That makes it worse.
Who was attempting to park when he accidentally drove into the office.
Is there another school in the area?
Officers cited him for a traffic violation. To the employee's credit, the school sign above the front door says learn to drive and not learn to park. A Cedar City man who police say had a human skull on a bookshelf in his home is now facing a criminal charge because of it. The 60-year-old man told investigators the skull was gifted to him as a child and came from the catacombs under London. But a police detective questioned the story, and now prosecutors say they don't believe it either, although they aren't sure where the skull, which is estimated to be several hundred years old, came from.
So it's not like a question of murder.
No.
Yeah, so what's the big deal about?
I don't know. The investigation began in July when
They really
police
protect their skulls over there.
responded to the man's apartment on an unrelated call for medical assistance. While in the residence, an officer noticed a realistic human skull sitting on a shelf of a bookcase.
Where did you get that wishbone?
So according to the deputy attorney, Trajan Evans, a roommate told the officer that the man had named the skull Alexa and that he talks to the skull, calling it by name. Detectives.
That was my skull.
Yeah.
Oh, you could actually put the skull over an Alexa and then have a conversation.
Detectives then questioned the man at the hospital. The man told police a relative who was dating a scientist at the time simply gave him the skull. Police and prosecutors, however, are skeptical that actually happened. I mean, it's hundreds of years old. It sounds like that could have easily happened.
It's not like there's some woman waiting at home for someone who's not coming back.
Yeah, so a search
He
warrant
left 700 years ago, and he's never come back.
was obtained, and the skull was seized and sent to the Utah State Crime Lab for analysis. Police still aren't sure where it came from. More tests are being conducted at the lab. Oh, by the way, under Utah law, it is illegal to remove or disturb any part of a dead human body without a court order. So
Okay, so what they're thinking, there might have been
maybe
body
somebody dug it
exhumed
up.
or
I
something.
don't
Yeah,
know.
okay. It still doesn't make a lot of sense.
I agree. 25-year-old man who owned a venomous forest cobra that escaped its enclosure 2 years ago was sentenced to 15 months of community supervision.
Honey, I need to tell you something.
Lawrence Maddle was sentenced after a Dallas County jury found him guilty of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Release from Captivity Code, a misdemeanor. The code says a person cannot intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence release or allow the release of certain animals, such as a cobra.
You're free, hissy.
Per the terms of his supervision.
Hissy.
Run with the other cobras.
Maddle must pay a $998 restitution fee and must not keep any reptiles or snakes as pets. If he violates his terms, he could go to jail for 6 months. Yeah, it was in August 2021. The venomous 6-foot-long West African banded cobra escaped its enclosure.
Run, hissy.
Maddle had a state permit to keep the snake and apologized at the time for causing panic. No sightings of the cobra have been reported since it disappeared 2 years ago.
All right.
That breed of snake is very shy, according to the African Snakebite Institute.
It'll be one of those cases where the guy will be walking along and he'll, hissy? And they embrace.
Yep. All right, and then we'll do one more quick story and end with this. Erin Patterson hosted a lunch for her ex-in-laws, and 3 of them died.
Whoa.
Police currently report the deaths as unexplained, but suspect poisonous mushrooms are to blame.
Yes.
On July 29th, Patterson hosted a lunch for her former in-laws and her ex-mother-in-law's sister and their husband. The next day, all 4 fell ill. 3 have passed away, and the 4th guest remains in critical condition. Patterson and her children did not fall ill and may have eaten a different meal. Detective Inspector Dean Thomas said the guest's symptoms are consistent with consumption of death cap mushrooms. Patterson
You got to be
denies-
really careful with those.
Patterson denies any wrongdoing. Thomas said we have to keep an open mind in relation to this. It could be very innocent, but
Well, you know what, Preston?
Don't know.
Just you mentioned that, an alert had come up, and it says bombshell development as ex-husband of mom that you're talking about at center of deadly mushroom lunch claims she tried to poison him in the past.
What?
Yeah, just came out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe we'll have a follow-up on that. And that is the final story as the music ends in the Bizarre File this morning. All right, As we take a break, I'd like to let you know that apparently our belly flop videos are up and available at PrestonandSteve.com. If you've only seen the photos at this point, you definitely will want to see video of that.
The photos were damn good.
Debacle. Yeah. And I mean that in an endearing way because it was just fantastic. So PrestonandSteve.com if you would like to take a peek at that. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Our good friend, Mr. Michael Barkann, we got to talk about all the stuff that went on at the ballpark last night. We will do that when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Oh, my God.
And she's surrounded.
She's a vision.
She's surrounded by the forest.
The chirp of a bird.
And listen, and he says, and she's, for all he knows, she's dead. And he goes to kiss her, and she went, "That's disgusting."
Yeah. Sure.
He thinks she's dead.
Oh, well, if you saw the scene, he's actually taking his pants off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm alive. Oh, I knew that. I was just adjusting my... What were you about to do? Nothing. I had to pee.
You were going to pee on her?
No. I was going to go behind the tree. You were gonna bang a corpse. I was not. That would have changed the whole tone and tenor of the show if it turned out he was a necrophile.
Oh my God.
He would be less charming, I would say that.
Yeah.
You know, charming in his thing. No, what? You're dead people. No. Yeah. That's how he met Snow. Thought she was dead.
And then after that, she wakes up, and now he's committed.
He's stuck with her.
And he's stuck with her.
And on and on and on.
He just wanted to, do his business and move on his way because he's a necrophiliac.
Right. And it's horrible because there's so many times you can have a hummingbird land on your shoulder.
My mom last week had a hip replacement surgery.
Yeah.
So I'm over her house the other day, and so she can't, so after having a hip replacement, she has to sleep on her back. So
Sure.
she has a hard time with that. So she decided to sleep on the recliner downstairs because she can't sleep in her bed on her back. So the problem is she weighs 10 pounds, Steve.
She does. She's a tiny woman.
She's a tiny little thing. And so she can't, she doesn't weigh enough to weigh the recliner down,
She
right?
can't activate the recliner. She's
she
so
can
small.
put it down, but as the seconds go by, the recliner just lifts up, and she's in a seated position again. So I'm trying to rig the recliner so it stays down, which requires me to get things out of the house. So I need to go at one point into the basement. And I'm 41 years old, Steve, and I opened the basement door, and it's dark down there, and I was like, oh.
Ma, can you come with me?
So, Mom who just had a hip replacement has to walk Casey down the stairs into the basement.
So your childhood fears come rushing back.
Oh, Steve, I had chills up and down my arm.
You've now passed on the basement because it's too scary, and you go up to the second scariest room, or perhaps the most scary.
Yeah,
Are you crapping yourself?
Well, not yet. I'm like, oh man, I have to move a couple of things. I open the door, and I look at the top of the stairs, and there's a thing there. I was like, oh man, what is that? So I turn,
a thing!
There was something at the top of the steps.
There's a thing!
All right, so there's something at the top, a figure at the top of the stairs.
You
Steve.
swear that you see a figure. What did this figure look like?
So
a man, a woman?
I do the same thing that I do in the basement. I put my hand on the light switch,
right,
and then I put my face away from the stairwell. Now I'm looking, towards the hallway of the second floor. I turn the light on, right, and then I look at the top of the steps, and sure enough, there's a kid statue there, and I'm like, oh man,
a kid statue.
It's all right. So it's actually cute. It's like a doll that. It's a kid, you're supposed to put it up against the wall where it looks like the kid's crying, like he's having...
Come play with me!
He's having a temper tantrum.
Oh, one of those things.
Right.
You've seen those where they're...
He's like this, Preston.
It's like a stuffed... Okay. Right, and it's supposed to look like a kid, or playing hide and go seek.
Right.
Okay.
But when I see it, I just get chills all down my arm, and I'm like, oh my God.
And you're sweating.
And I'm sweating, and I still... Because I love my mother, I have to go to the third floor and find something.
Face your fears.
So that she
can play together forever and ever and ever.
So I have to go up these steps, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, just don't turn around, right? To this kid's statue. I'm 41 years old, by the way. Don't turn around, right? So I go up to the top of the steps, and there are no lights on the third floor. So I have the one light in the stairwell. I'm like chills the whole time. And then the demon room was there, and it's all dark, and like were
you embarrassed?
No, I was by myself. I'm embarrassed telling you guys now because I'm 41 years old, and I'm afraid of
41. Yeah.
Everyone in Philadelphia is listening.
And so I had tunnel vision the whole time I was up.
By the way, not to make this story any longer, if you too are afraid of something in your house, feel free to call in and share your stories. 215-263-WMM. Marcus is taking a long time. Go ahead.
No. The story's over. I got what I needed.
Oh, we ended.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
I got what I needed, but the fear did not leave me. The chills did not leave my arm until I came all the way downstairs and got to where my sister was there too.
Why didn't your sister go up?
I don't know. Because I'm the man of the house.
You're the man of the
I was the man.
Clearly.
Let me go have the heart attack.
The man of the house.
Gonna go up. I'm gonna crap myself. I'm gonna go get the ladies, please.
Wow.
I think there's a porn star named Huge Ackman.
Do
I think so.
Do we think?
Yeah, I think there is. I'm going to Google it.
Okay.
You do what you were doing there.
Huge Ackman.
Or Hugh Jackman.
I like Huge Ackman because there's John E. Depth.
Yeah.
We do know that. John E. Depth.
Huge
The production manager for Guns N' Roses, the current lineup on the
John E. Depth.
Okay.
What about Wilfred Rimley?
Yeah. Rim.
Yeah.
I like that.
There's a Bill Ackman.
There's a.
If I were a porn star and I were huge, I would be called Huge Ackman.
But what's Ackman?
That's my last name.
His last name.
Huge is what I am.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
You usually want the first name to be the action on the second, right?
No, or do whatever you want.
All right. Yeah. It's your porn star.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Lindsay Lohan is reportedly pushing fiance Igor Tarabasov to get treatment for anger management.
He's got to do something. And now.
The news comes just a few days after the blowout fight in London, which ended with police breaking down the door to Lindsay's home and receiving calls from the neighbors. We talked about this the other day.
You've got serious issues.
Now, her rep told Page Six, Lindsay believes Igor has anger management issues and she would like him to go to therapy. They both want to work things out. Other sources claim that Igor has become controlling over Lindsay, explaining he has taken control over her business. He's in charge of her finances and is controlling over her deals, even though he has no experience in Hollywood.
Do you want to know my issue with Igor? He's always hanging out with his buddies, Dracula, Frankenstein, and Wolfman. And they're great. Don't get me wrong, they're great guys. Mm-hmm. But they get into trouble.
Bros before hoes, that's
Bros
his thing.
before hoes.
Oh, my God.
And then it's like he's off to Transylvania.
Lindsay's rep said that
he did the mash. He did the monster mash. and no, don't get me wrong. It was a graveyard smash.
Mm-hmm. Lindsay's rep also said,
It cut out of the flash.
I cannot confirm her pregnancy. So
what's the deal?
Little follow-up to that.
We don't have that? No.
We don't have that?
We
Come
don't
on.
Have we don't have the Monster Man.
Wait a second. Doesn't Ben play anything they feel like?
Can we borrow from them?
Isn't that the rough and tumble philosophy?
I hope they play that today.
Monster Man.
Yeah.
It's probably not.
Chuck.
This is to my personal story.
Yep.
It's not like it's Halloween. I was working in the lab late one night with my eyes beheld a scary sight.
My monster from his slab began.
So anyhow.
And suddenly, to my surprise, he did the match. He did the monster match.
The monster match.
Igor likes the monster match.
He did the match.
It caught on in the flash.
The match.
He did the monster match. Now everyone's, what's that?
The monster.
Justin, who called in earlier this morning, they had a dumpster pool party in Philadelphia.
A smaller dumpster.
And the license and inspections said you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's against the law in Philadelphia. And we work right across the city limits of Philadelphia. So we're like, not unlike the movie Footloose.
Hey, right.
You cross the city limits. It's legal to do it, so we figured we'd have one on our own here this morning. Oh, my God. I just saw a picture of it. That's crazy. One person who might be ready to get in the water. I'm looking at Casey. He's wearing goggles. And he has
I stole it from the Fanatic.
We were wondering where you were.
They sometimes have food on Thursdays. And I knew that, and I didn't have any breakfast with me.
Well, we almost missed a live read and some other things, so. Yeah.
Crap. Sorry about that.
He goes back with a mouthful of food.
What kind of sandwich, though?
That was a breakfast sandwich.
Where do they have them? Is it the cafeteria?
No, it's down in their little work area.
That's it. Our thing is displayed, in
the lounge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you regularly sneak down there on Thursdays?
Last couple Thursdays. Normally, I like to bring my breakfast with me. I have these little protein bars that I have. That way, I don't have to eat the food that's here. Yeah, and pilfer and stuff like that.
By the way, I wasn't going to say anything, but when you were doing traffic, he turned to me and looked at me and shoved the last bit of the sandwich in his mouth like, I was like, oh.
And it was good, but it was great because Ricky Patalica was down there for some reason. He's usually not on. Oh, you know what?
Thursdays.
Thursdays, you're right. So I was talking to him, and then freaking Bob Cooney comes out and starts chasing me like he was mad. I was like, dude, and Ricky Bo was the one who came to my defense, and he goes, dude, we eat all their food all the time. And I'm like, you're damn right.
Yeah, Ricky was not on postgame last night. It was Barkann and Ben Davis talking about the no-hitter and the home run by Weston Wilson and also the 200th home run by Castellanos. So I didn't remember that Ricky's down the hall on Thursday mornings.
By the way, do you know that we have the reputation and I'll hear it said, we got some stuff. It's not Preston, it's Steve food.
Yeah, yeah, we do. We do have a reputation because when we do the meat needs, when restaurants come by and they bring food, some of them bring these really impressive spreads. And we kind of sit on it until after the show is over. So everybody walks up and down the hall and they see it all sitting out there for a couple hours. And then when we're done, and the reason we keep everybody from eating it is because we have scant few minutes to zip out because we talk all morning long. To zip out there, get a bite real quick, come back in here. And then in the past, we've gone outside and it's like, where's all the food?
Right. And we're talking about it on the air.
Yeah.
So we've tasted it. If we say it tastes good, we've actually tasted it.
I'm going to pull this little clip right now from the YouTube stream, and I'm going to send it to the entire company so they know why I understand when they'll walk by and be like, oh, can I have some? I'm like, guys, Preston and Steve haven't even eaten yet. Can you just chill for a second?
It's just because we don't have much time to get out there.
Now they're going to hate us then.
Then when we're done, Marissa sends out an email to the staff and says, come and get it. And then you see everybody fly down there, which is what it's for.
Yeah, it's for everyone.
Nobody ate, but I was the first one to go through the bags and grab my sandwich.
Oh, down the hall?
Yeah.
No one had a shot at it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, you're like Fonzie.
Yeah. I'm
You're a
defiant
bad boy.
today. I'm so bad. I'm naughty. So I just had my sandwich. Now I'm going to take my Crestor. So it doesn't show up in my blood.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. Take one pork chop and 3 Crestors.
Yep, and that's they cancel each other out. That's how it works. All right. Our guest is on the line. He's ready to go. It was an exciting night at the ballpark last night. I didn't see any of it. You guys all saw, you and Casey and Nick and Marissa saw all the action go down. The no-hitter, the first home run for Wilson, the 200th for Castellanos. It was emotional, to say the least, because everybody was crying.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a magical night at the ballpark.
And maybe we'll catch this guy crying, too. He's a good friend of ours, Mr. Michael Barkann.
Hey!
Hey, buddy.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. It was beautiful.
Boy, a whole bunch of amazing things happened last night.
Yeah, I mean, where to start? First, just the win itself, which is so important. But you had the Phillies had split 8 games with this Washington Nationals team. So they had, and Washington's terrible this year, but they have been playing well. So you needed the win. So that's out of the way. They got the win. That's good. Hopefully they win the finale tonight, and that'll be great. Then you have Michael Lorenzen, the 31-year-old pitcher. He's from California. He's been pitching for Detroit, and he had a great first start for the Phillies. They traded for him. Dave Dombrowski traded for him, and right at the deadline. And he pitched very well, gave up 2 runs at Miami in his first start.
Yeah.
And then
Michael, are you surfing right now?
You know what? I got this one. Hang on.
It sounds as if you're hanging 10.
Wait, now I'm going to go inside. I don't want, in my house, people, they sleep late. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh.
You people are up all hours of the day and night, for God's sake. Now I'm going to go inside.
Oh, you were okay. All right.
Yeah,
go inside a closet or something like that. It's quiet for everyone. The clothes will dampen the sound a little bit. It's like a little studio.
That better?
A little bit. Yeah. Okay.
How late were you at the studios last night, Michael?
8 o'clock? No.
You left before the game ended.
Nick told me what the score was and what happened. I got a full 8, which is beautiful. So where was I? Where were you?
Yes.
Well, you were talking about Lorenzen, obviously, and
yeah. So Michael Lorenzen, and it pitched well in his first start in Miami. And last night was his first home start at Citizens Bank Park, and everybody. Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, certainly Nick Castellanos, and last night it was Michael Lorenzen mentioned the fans, and the fans were just absolutely insane last night, and they really rooted this guy on to pitching a no-hitter. He had 4 walks, so who cares? He held that team hitless, and his pitch count was high. In the 7th inning, he had I think he had 100 pitches, and Rob Thompson was like, "Look, I'm only letting you go so far," and he had just spoken yesterday morning, Thompson, about managing Michael Lorenzen's innings, because his max inning.
Wait, hold on a second, Michael. Now it's, what does it sound like now, Steve?
It sounds like you're on Maui.
Yeah,
in trying to get away to fire.
That's terrible. Okay, wait. I
think it's just your phone. Are you on? Do you have us on speaker right now?
No. I have my AirPods in.
Oh, it got a little bit better.
You have your AirPods.
I think what happened is you.
How about that?
That's better.
So much better.
Jesus.
But you know what the problem is? The radiation from the phone is frying my head.
It's worth it, though.
It's so worth it.
Yeah.
To get up early, to fry my head.
Oh, my God. Yes, it's like 80% better. Thank you, Michael.
All right, now let's start the whole thing again. Good morning.
Yeah. Hey, you must have been crying a lot last night.
I was just sobbing.
Now, word has it that you left around 8 o'clock. Is that true?
8 o'clock, yes. Nick filled me in on the remainder of the game. It was so great.
Okay, now we're up to speed. Yeah.
Now we're up to speed. Beautiful. So he had about 100 pitches after 7 innings, and Rob Thompson said, you know what? I'm going to watch you real closely, so you better be efficient. Otherwise, you're coming out of this game. And remember, the Phillies have pitched a combined, not with Rob Thompson managing, but they have had a combined no-hitter before. And it happens in baseball, not routinely, but it does happen in baseball. So I could see, after everything Thompson has said about protecting players' health, that if his pitch count got too high, and he's 31 years old, which is an older pitcher. But here's the thing: he had been a reliever. He started his rookie year, and then he had been a reliever. So his max innings pitched was 113 plus. He had pitched 113 innings. He passed that mark last night. And so I really thought, well, maybe he's not going to let him do this. But he was being efficient. After he pitched those 100 pitches, he settled down and then only pitched 24 more pitches the remainder of the game, which was absolutely unbelievable. And he talked about Lorenzen after the game, how the the crowd had a role in his victory, in the team's victory, and that's what I was saying. That Bryce Harper, Rob Thompson, Nick Castellanos, all the Trey Turner, they've all said how important the fans were, and a lot of it started Friday night with Trey Turner standing O, and this crowd last night, and I don't believe it was completely full. Maybe it was by the end of the game. People said, "Let's get down to the ballpark," but
right, yeah,
it was absolutely incredible, and he said the fans had a role here in rooting me home, and it was just amazing. And then that last batter, Dominic Smith, he was with the Mets for quite a while, and he was brutal to the Phillies when he played for the Mets. He was always getting clutch hits, and I thought if anybody's going to break up his no-hitter in the last at-bat, it's Dominic Smith, but he got him to pop out, and the rest is history. It's unbelievable. 14th no-hitter in Phillies history, and here's the other thing: 322nd no-hitter in baseball history. So if you and the 138th first at-bat home run by Weston Wilson.
Yeah.
So if you combine those, there've been about approximately 225,000 Major League Baseball games played. So that's 1 in 700 approximately that are no-hitters. And the chances are 1 in 1,630 of a first-game home run. And you combine both of those, the no-hitter and the home run, it's a 1 in 1.1 million chance.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Both of those things happening in the same game.
Yeah,
You know.
Michael, it really was just unbelievably magical last night. I was really grateful to Casey because he texted me after Weston Wilson hit that home run, which was cool. So I tuned in from that moment on and watched the entire rest of the game. The fact that Weston Wilson's family was there was amazing. And the first half of the game was really about him. Here's this guy who's been in the minors forever and comes up first plate appearance, hits a home run. And then the whole game became, of course, about Michael Lorenzen. And I got really emotional watching it last night. It was just so cool to see his mom there, to see his wife there, to see his little baby girl there. Apparently his father passed away a few years ago. The call that Tom McCarthy and Kruk had in the booth, and then the post game with you and Ben Davis was just wonderful. And it was just quintessential Philadelphia. It really made me thrilled to be a Phillies fan last night. And just watching it from my couch. I wasn't even at the ballpark last night. It was such a cool experience.
Nick, I completely agree, and the way it unfolded last night was beautiful, and I do think it started Friday night when they returned for the homestand. And by the way, they're now 4-2 on this homestand. But on Friday night, they come in and Trey Turner gets the standing ovation in his first 2 at bats, really. Then it was kind of scattered after that, and he got a hit on Friday night, and then he had the home run on Saturday. And I think that in no small way, the fans, the electricity, and John Kruk said it when he went into the Wall of Fame some years ago. He said, I feel sorry for players who never played here, who were too afraid to play here, didn't like the fans because they were too scared to want to come and try to win here. And I completely agree. We are a tough fan base, but we're a loving fan base. We know our sports. We know when we've got a winner on our hands. We know when we've got the chance of a winner on our hands, and that's what we've got in this Phillies team. We got a lot of superstars on that team. We got some good relief pitching, good starting pitching, as we saw last night, and it was so great. And baseball is a sport that it just gets passed on down throughout the generations, and it's not only America's pastime, but I think it's America's game.
Well, let me ask you something concerning that. So, and I was wondering, you were making points earlier, and so if you're the coach and you're seeing this start to unfold, and you were saying like with Lorenzen, pitching, and he's doing a great job, and do you, in your mind, do you have a percentage that says this could be a moment, so I'm going to do this, but this is actually for the game and for our progression in the season, so I'm going to do this? Or is it all about the game and it's just happenstance that you get these moments? Or do you believe a coach might actively say, I'm going to massage a potential moment for the fans here? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, Steve, and I think it's a little bit of both. I certainly don't like if Lorenzen had thrown 138 pitches, that would not be a good thing. I mean, in the old days, that that might have happened somewhat routinely, but it doesn't happen anymore. And once you get to 100 pitches, I mean, that is usually the limit for a starting pitcher, unless you're in a situation like last night. So obviously you wanted to win. Obviously they were home. It was Lorenzen's first home start, and he was completely aware of what was going on. But, you know, he likes to talk about the health of a player and protecting the health of a player. And Joe Girardi, his predecessor, and they coached together, used to say the same thing. And sometimes I don't always agree with that. I would never want a player to be injured, but, you know, I hate to bring up the money, but I'm going to bring up the money. They get paid tens of millions of dollars to play banged up, to play hurt, not to play injured, but certainly to play hurt. Talking to Ben Davis and the amount of times that he played hurt, or Ricky, or John Kruk, and you know, so sometimes I think these guys ought to be in there a little bit longer, or maybe they don't need that day off because you need to get a win against a particular team. But he sticks to his guns, and I respect him for that.
Yeah.
I really do, and he knows his players better than anybody else. So
as I'm watching last night, and they entered into the bottom of the eighth, you know, the talk was, you know, his pitch count and everything like that, and they wouldn't have been surprised, the commentators, had Thompson taken Lorenzen out, you know, to preserve him. How much? What's the word I'm looking for? How much say does the actual pitcher get in that situation? If if Thompson was like, hey, listen, we're gonna put Kimbrel in or whoever,
and if you were to run around in the infield going, no,
yeah, I mean, because no, I mean,
I want to stay.
No,
he can't override him, but or can? Well, he can't. But I mean, how much say does the pitcher actually have in a situation like that?
Well, in this case, we were talking about that as well during the commercial break. If he was a younger pitcher, Thompson would have had a lot more say and a lot more sway over the situation, and he could have last night had he so chosen. But he went to Lorenzen, and he said, I think it was after the seventh, if not after the eighth, and he said, "Are you? How do you feel?" He said, "I'm good." He said, "Are you strong?" He said, "I'm good." And he said, "Are you strong?" He said, "Yes, I'm strong. I feel strong. I feel good." And that's important. I think had he walked a guy, even the first batter, I think he probably would have been out of there. Definitely if he walked the second batter, he would have been out of there. You know, I think it all worked out. Which is a good thing.
It did.
And I think, you know, he's the sixth starter. And they traded for him to kind of be like a utility pitcher, and he's wanted to be a starter. He's in his, like, I believe, his sixth season. His first season, he was a starter, and then he didn't start again until last year, 2022, and he started about 18, 19 games, and then he'd been starting a little bit for Detroit. But he wants to start. Yeah. But when your pitch numbers are 113 2/3 innings, which he had entering the game, so he had just pitched over his career maximum the start against Miami, and Thompson saying, I'm going to manage this guy's innings pitched, then you kind of wonder where it's going. But it all worked out.
Yeah. Michael, watching the game last night, my daughter ended up coming into the room with 2 outs left in the game and started asking questions. And she didn't know that there was a no-hitter in play.
You are adopted.
But she was asking questions, Michael, that required me to tell her exactly what was going on, and I felt uneasy even saying or suggesting that something was in play.
The first rule of no-hitter.
But you know what? The commentators were talking about the no-hitter, so I was like, I'm blaming them.
Kruk was superstitious, and T-Mac was like, "What? He was a
little stitious, but not superstitious."
I think even during the cut-in, Mike, you guys said something special is happening over there. Like, you just don't say the words.
You don't say the words, and I did that upon taking advice, Maris, from everybody in the office. I'm like, what should I do? Do I say the word? Because I've got this guy's fate right in my hands. I mean, if I say this, he's going to, you know, are you kidding me? And then in like the, I guess it was the eighth inning, the end of the eighth inning, I saw a little line on top of our score bug in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, and it said "No hitter alert."
Yes.
No hitter
Is
alert.
that the point at which your producer comes over to you and says, "Are you strong?"
Yeah. And I said, "I'm so emotional. I can't do it." So I'm thinking, well, there goes that. They just put up no hitter alert. Are you kidding me? So, but I'm with you. It's like this has been a long-standing tradition in baseball that if a pitcher is throwing a no hitter, it's not spoken about by the announcers. It's not spoken about by the players. They don't say anything. A lot of times, I've seen in games in the game coverage, you see the pitcher in the dugout when the team's batting, and you see the pitcher sitting off by himself because the rest of the team is nowhere near him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that's all very, very well and very cool, and I love the tradition of it. But at the same time, if you're just tuning in, and Nick, you said Case let you know, but if you hadn't, you just tuned in, wouldn't you want to know? Like this guy's got like. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Ben and I were at the ballpark. We're sitting in the press box. Ruben Amar's on my right, John Clark's on my left, Ben's on the other side. We're watching the game like it's an August game. We're kind of having a little conversation. We're watching the plays, the whole bit. Then I look at the line score on the scoreboard, and I'm like, it says 5 or 6 hits for the Phillies. I'm like, there's no hits? There's no hits for he's got a no-hitter? There's no hits for Washington? We got to get out of here.
Yeah.
So we went back to the studio. We made it back in time for the 7th inning hit, as you saw. But that what happened, which kind of obscured it, was he walked 2 guys, one in the first inning and one in the second inning. So Washington had runners on base in each of the first 2 innings, and he walked 4 guys.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have that, it kind of it fools you a little bit. And so then you realize they don't have any hits. Holy smokes!
Yeah.
And then you stop talking about it.
Well, I will say, when you walk 4 guys, when it comes to the 9th inning, what that does is you're pitching to. Wait, who are you pitching to at that point? Are you
28,
pitching
29, 30, and 31.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he faced that number of batters,
No, but you're facing basically the top of the lineup.
Yeah, they're going to cycle back over.
Oh, man.
Right.
I do have a question, Mike. Because I think this needs to go to like everybody listening. If you happen upon something like a no-hitter in play and you don't know what's going on, there needs to be a universal way of telling somebody that there's a no-hitter in play.
No, because it doesn't matter. It does not matter.
I know, Preston. Hear me the freak out.
Right now.
I know, but if you do say it and then somebody gets a hit, then you are going to be blamed for ruining a no-hitter.
You're saying
forever
like
and ever.
a code signal.
Here's what I do. My code signal, and I tweeted this, and I texted my brother, and I texted my fiance. It's just the little eyeballs. It's that you're watching something, and that to me is you're not saying the words, you're not breaking the superstition, which I acknowledge, Preston,
technically
is
you are.
insane. No, you're not writing the words or saying the words no hitter.
I just don't want to get blamed for something that I know is not my fault.
So the little eye emoji, that gets you there.
How about if you put the eyes up and then you write the words, "am watching a no-hitter"?
Right, yes.
I think that's good. The little eyes watching a no-hitter.
Yes.
I think that's great. I think if you went out of your way, and I'm talking to the announcers now, which is I'm assuming what you're talking about. I think if you went out of your way to kind of have a little fun with it and not say the words no-hitter. He's throwing a no-hitter right now. If you did not say that, but you said, Lorenzen has been pitching great. He's got something potentially magical going on. Something that have to do with maybe hits and the lack thereof. I mean, I don't think people would get mad if you framed it like that.
What if you speak in Pig Latin?
Yeah.
Would that be sidestepping it? One Iterhe?
Yeah.
Hey, as hey,
One Iterhe.
Arkan Bay.
One Iterhe. Yeah.
Arkan Bay, Ace.
He's Ed Day.
He's Ed Day.
Michael, I wanted to bring up a few other things real quick. first of all, it was his first complete game ever in his entire career, Lorenzen. He'd never pitched a complete game before, let alone a no-hitter. I don't want to overshadow the fact that Nick Castellanos hit his 200th home run, which is really cool. And to that point, you and Ben in postgame acknowledged how fantastic Liam Castellanos, Nick's son, is running around. He was high-fiving everybody. He was psyched to be up with Lorenzen's family. It was so cool to see Liam's reaction, because it really does become like this family thing when you're watching Nick Castellanos do this for his son while his son's there, and then Lorenzen's family's there, and Weston Wilson's family's there. All of that to me makes this team that much more lovable.
Yeah, completely agree, Nick. And also that's the beauty of baseball. I said this at the beginning. It's a family game. It's passed down over the generations. And when you see Michael Lorenzen's family, his mom, his wife, his daughter, you see them there. You see Weston Wilson's. By the way, Weston Wilson, isn't he a senator? It sounds like
Program director.
Yeah.
Senator Weston Wilson convened the committee and then hit a home run in his first at bat.
The Barkann proclamation was enacted today.
Exactly, as it should be. So yeah, and with Liam Castellanos. So I'm seeing this video for the first time, and I'm like, okay, there's Michael Lorenzen's mom, there's his wife, there's his daughter, and there's Liam Castellanos. How did he get up there? She's sitting in the nosebleed, and then all of a sudden he's back down. No, she wasn't, by the way. But then all of a sudden he's back down behind home plate. I thought it's really cool, and I love the bond that he has with his dad, the love that they obviously share. When his dad's walking to the plate, how he's giving these little hand gestures like, I want you to do this, that, and the third, and then when he hits the home run, how both home runs, how excited he is. And it's just a wonderful thing to watch. It's beautiful. I love it. And that's what the Phillies do. They've always been about family.
I do feel a little bit bad for Weston Wilson that his shining moment was overshadowed by an amazing moment, you know?
Yeah. What shining moment? No, well, you know what? I don't know if that's the case, Press. Only because the footnote also becomes part of the headline because we will forever be saying, you remember that Michael Lorenzen's no-hitter in the oh yeah, and Weston Wilson had a home run in his first at bat. So I think everybody will remember both of those. And Castellanos had 2 home runs and got his 200th home run. Yeah. I think everyone's going to remember all 3 of those. And it will be the answer to a trivia question.
Yeah, I'm not
absolutely
sure. By the way, there's a text that came in and said, did you see the picture of the guy sitting in front of Weston's family wearing a T-shirt that just said F you on it?
Yes.
I missed that.
It's in the video. Yeah, if you run it again, it says F you, and then the camera sort of moves up just a little bit.
Oh my God.
It's just
yes.
Why would you wear that out, you idiot?
It's art.
Yeah.
It's not. It's
fashion.
It's stupid is what it is.
I think it says F yo.
I think it says you, and then there's like a line through it, and there's something else written on the shirt.
That's classy.
Okay.
All right.
So after the no hitter, then Michael, you left, but then they exhumed Jimmy Hoffa's body from under.
that's the
second base.
Of the story.
And they finally found his body.
Yeah. Right. We had thought it was up at Giant Stadium, but it turns out.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Nobody would have thought to look at a stadium that didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
Michael, one thing that happened after the game, and you and Ben pointed it out, and I had never seen this before, but I guess it's become a bit of a tradition, is that they literally dug the rubber out of the mound to save for, I don't know if it's going to the Hall of Fame or if it's going to be in Michael Lorenzen's home or whatever, but that was a pretty cool thing to watch happen as well.
Yeah, I think that's what Steve was just referring to, and it happened originally.
And that's where they found Jimmy Hoffa.
Well, I know they took his shoes are going to Cooperstown.
Yeah.
Jimmy Hoffa's?
No, not Jimmy Hoffa's shoes.
Oh, we don't know.
Jimmy Hoffa's shoes are going to Cooperstown. That guy could break. I'll tell you what. But yeah, I don't know that the pitching rubber is going to Cooperstown. But I think it might be going to Lorenzen, but I remember in 2008 that Jamie Moyer, after the Phillies won the World Series, he dug up, I think he did it himself. He dug up the pitching rubber, and I don't recall it ever happening before, and he threw that thing over his shoulder. This is mine.
Yeah.
He won the World Series.
That's so cool.
New damn rubber. Right. It was cool.
That's part of the tradition you talk about and part of the familial thing, and it's stuff that everyone, a spectator, no matter what your level of fascination with the sport, I think everyone loves seeing stuff like that.
Absolutely. And Steve, I remember, at 10 years old, East Brunswick Little League, I dug up the pitching rubber when I pitched a three-hitter. And I dug up the
Yeah, and that's when they found Amelia Earhart.
Exactly right. We thought she was off the coast.
Yeah, no.
In your Little League field.
Right there. Right there by Mr. Pizza. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wow. We wanted to get your take on things. We're actually going to talk to John Kruk in a little while. We're going to talk mullets with him.
I think that's perfect. Is he doing a great job? I said to him, and I was not kidding. There is an art to calling a game of that magnitude, and they both did such a great job, Tom and John, and they make it fun. They certainly make it informative. They give you all the strategy, and it was great. Look, he was on a team with Tommy Green. Tommy Green threw a no-hitter in Montreal, and I think that was like 1990, 1991. He walked 7 batters, but
wow,
he didn't allow a hit, and so John was on that team. That was really cool. Cool moment. So tell him I said hello.
We definitely will. All right, my man.
Tell him I'll talk to him tonight.
Yep. Well, listen, thank you for getting up early, brother. We appreciate it, and always love to hear your take on exciting stuff like this, man. It's awesome.
Thank you. Always love talking to all of you.
Absolutely.
Always appreciate it.
And we'll be sending you some new AirPods.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Barkann, guys, on the Preston and Steve show. That's so cool that all happened last night, and the season's not over. There's more magical things that could happen.
It's one of those things, and it's the nature of sports like this at this level, is that nothing's planned. You know, they go to play the game, and you don't know what night is going to be stuff for the history books.
Yeah.
You know?
And there's so many games.
So many.
You know, you just never know when that thing is going to happen.
But when you can experience something really cool at a game, like I remember being at a game where Rollins hit an inside the park home run. And I was there with my dad.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. Now, we took my dad to see the Phils play at Fenway years ago, and I watched the guy hit his very first home run and his very first major league at bat. Unfortunately, he played for the Red Sox at the time.
Yeah. It's still pretty awesome.
Place go crazy?
The place went crazy. Yeah. I think it was a grand slam, too.
Oh, my God. That's insane.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, like I said, we are going to talk John Kruk in a little while, but we'll have a little sorbet by talking about UFOs in between baseball chat, as we have a guy named Ron James who has this documentary out, and this supposedly indicates that aliens are here.
There's a lot of stuff. They've been up on Capitol Hill, right?
Yeah. So we'll talk to him when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMM.
Spangled swim cap on, ready to go.
There's history to be made today as well. A team of Casey's
attempting the world record for laps underwater without taking a breath in a dumpster pool. We will have an official world record that's taking place live on the Preston and Steve show this
We just
morning.
might see this at the next Olympics, Preston.
Swimmers, take your mark. Go!
I'm not starting.
He's going down. He's made it to the first end. He's turned around and he's coming back. It's full turn under the water, pushing off the end. Preston, he's back for number 2. Turning around back towards number 3 to the back end. He's doing this whole thing underwater.
Wow.
His turns are pretty precise.
Well on
Except for that last one. Come on, he's up.
And he's up. He's up. He did 4.
USA!
Yes, all right, I'm going to try to break Casey's world.
5! He's shattered.
Day in the
Destroyed
morning.
the world record.
Let's get a word with the champion. Champ, how do you feel? Are you exhausted? Woo! What were you using as your technique?
I feel pretty good. My technique was just all natural technique. Was just glide through the water, Pierre. It looks like somebody's suiting up down there at the end of the platform.
Oh, Casey getting in.
Casey. It's a tie, ladies and gentlemen.
2.
Wow.
Let's get a word with the new champ, who's also a tie. How do you feel, Kate?
I'm really tired. That was so hard. I had to. I wanted to quit at 4, but I couldn't.
Winners never quit and quitters never win.
I was like,
There's no I in team.
I almost passed out, but I made it.
You sure the hell did.
Oh, my God. This is a victory. This is a victory not only for Casey.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to this stupid question. What type of animal was Dolly, the first mammal cloned from an adult somatic cell in 1996 when that happened? 215-263 WMMR, and it looks like Mike here was our first caller in, so I'm going to go to him. Good morning, Mike.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, my man. So what type of mammal was it?
A sheep.
A sheep, yes. Dolly the sheep. That's the audio of the cloning process.
It didn't work as well as they had hoped. There were complications.
All right.
Yeah, well, good morning.
Run!
Listen, let's give something away here. We have this screening of Mechanic Resurrection. It's a Jason Statham.
Jason Statham.
See, Jason Statham in the Mechanic.
Jason Statham.
Resurrection. You remember when he died in the first one, Preston? He comes back as the leader of a religion now. The Stone. And I swear to God, Jason Statham is back from the dead. I saw the boulder was moved.
I hate you, Casey. He's just looking at me laughing.
Such a great name.
Jason
Statham.
My favorite is Kathy, though.
And everyone does it.
Everybody does it.
Everybody.
It goes between Kathy and Casey.
The hybrid.
Kathy. All right, so I have tickets to see The Mechanic Resurrection starring Jason Statham. Steve sent me this story. President Lyndon Baines Johnson would apparently, according to this story, relieve the stress of his job by sleeping with prostitutes.
But see if you can't believe me about it. The age
It's him talking to a hooker.
Ends round under my back to my bunghole.
What I need you to do is to do a little thing with your index finger and tickling in the general area of my taint and the back of my bunghole. Hope they're not recording this.
Just very matter of fact.
Yeah, he's actually there were world leaders in the Oval Office at the time he made that call. Excuse me, folks, just got to take this call from my hooker.
But one of his prostitutes includes one favorite whom he would introduce as a family friend. Penny, who had a clean-cut look, according to Blank, she would be spirited away to a series of ranches between Austin and LaGrange. There, she would be introduced as a friend of Johnson's family until the pair could find somewhere more secluded.
Oh, man.
She visited
The crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
He's very specific with his hookers.
Where your nuts hang.
You know where your nuts hang.
Yeah, that's in the crotch area.
You know, in that exact area where the poop comes out. You know what I'm talking about. The sweat kind of congeals around just behind your testes. Jesus. That's the president.
Were you nuts?
And you really can't tell. You said, Jamie, hand down there and take a good snip on your fingers. What's working down there? What do I got? Is this hooker friendly yet, or do I got to run the old pee-pee down under the water a little bit? Clean it up.
Dude, you smell your fingers.
Yeah, you know, so the hooker don't wince when you're on top of her doing a little rodeo, you know? You know what I'm saying. Let me do a quick check. All right, we're good. Call up the Chicken Ranch. Extra crispy.
Hang on a second here.
Just damn that. What, does that smell like? What that kind of smells like okra?
Let me go to Dawn here. Hey, Dawn, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Dawn?
I help my niece. I grew up on a dairy farm.
Okay.
And you work no matter what.
Yeah.
And this past weekend, I was helping her milk, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were soaked in sweat.
I'm sure.
Milking cows.
You never want to rip one of those teats off?
No, you just want to walk. Maybe find a hay bale, toss a hay bale or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I go out in 98-degree weather and throw hay bales around.
No.
That'll work off all that anger.
Boots.
I just beat 10 chickens to death.
Hey, Dawn. All right, I want to.
Go ahead.
What kind of milk? Not what kind of milk.
What kind of milk do you like?
Where can I get your milk?
I'm a 2%er myself.
I used to be a 2%er. Now I'm a skim guy. But where can I get your milk?
What kind of milk?
Wait. Can't say that.
Dawn.
Say manure.
You're going so well.
Manure.
Manure.
Oh, jeez.
What stores can I buy your milk at?
What stores can he find your milk at?
I feel horrible for my boy here.
Oh, my God.
Casey's in real pain, man. I told you his neck has been bothering him, and he's at the point where he can't turn his head. It's his whole torso. And if you look up, it's almost that.
Yeah.
You know?
He's doing Thriller.
Yeah, you're doing that Thriller move where Michael goes up and turns to the side with his hands up.
He can't laugh. He can't laugh.
Oh my God, that hurts so bad.
Now's the time for getting down.
Well, I think
feel
we're
bad
back
for
to the
you.
point where now we have to tell. He has to go to the doctor. This is not like a stiff neck. It's been a while.
I'm not like the other guys.
It's clearly meningitis. So, I don't know.
That heart attack thing.
You okay?
Yes.
All right. This is what it looks like. Hey, Casey.
Yes.
Master. I wanted to set up the stop set.
You poor bastard.
Oh, he's laughing and in pain at the same time. I feel so.
God, that hurts
I must
so bad.
let you know we have a sleep number spot coming up. Make sure you sound enthusiastic.
Fortunately, you're in the most sympathetic room in Philadelphia.
But listen quickly. There's a few people that are texting in. They know exactly how much. A guy says 8 beers, and I'm effing like a goddamn champion.
Yeah, but 10.
That's a lot.
But you
It can't, Kathy's right. 8 beers is a lot.
I guess it would depend over what amount of time. But maybe you know that exact amount.
You're in the pocket.
That will give you duration.
Yeah.
Yet not completely cancel the party.
Without urination.
Duration without urination. Stand for it now.
There we go.
But there may be a magic amount or a magic elixir.
What do you think your magic number is?
Drink.
I bet you. I peg you as a 4
That's
beer.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
4 was the number that came to mind, but I've never actually done the specific math.
Well, when we had the camp out, it took you about 4 before we were getting it on.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
I had to lower my inhibitions a little bit.
Do different types of alcohol.
Fear of rejection.
That's
from
what actually
Steve.
kept the camp out going. It's like a
All these
Brokeback.
years, yeah.
Do you think those guys really gave a damn about sheep herding?
I couldn't quit that.
If you're drinking bourbon versus beer, does that change your approach?
No, I think
right, straight up booze.
I find that my alcohol buzzes aren't really different from others. It's just how much.
Okay.
You know? I don't know.
I can't drink 4 beers anymore. And that guy that texted in 8 beers, forget it. I'll be throwing up in the corner.
Over a couple hours, you couldn't drink 4 beers?
Oh, I love beer. I just can't drink 8 of them.
What? How many bottles of wine?
Like 2 bottles of wine.
I'm like, I average about a beer every half hour.
Nick
That's what I
has-
try to do if I'm going out, you know.
I mean, how big of a bottle?
Nick has instead of the hat, the captain, he has a beret with 2 bottle holders in it. When
2 bottles of wine.
The hose that comes down to his mouth.
I cracked open a 1.5 liter bottle last night, and that's
Finished
empty.
it?
Yeah.
You
Well,
finished it?
I wasn't by myself.
Were you like Johnny Depp? And
Where's that pour?
I gotta do the show tomorrow.
No, so the carbonation in the beer really starts to fill you up.
Yeah, it's the carbonation. You get filled.
Oh, okay.
And then when you get filled, I think it makes sex less appealing.
I would agree
because you're burping and farting.
Kinda. Yeah.
Do you remember that the video of Hulk Hogan? He kept going on about he had just eaten. He felt like a pig. He was full, and he was having
so fat, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have sex now.
You look good, baby.
I don't feel good. I feel bloated.
Let me see here.
And in the background is Bubba the Love Sponge. Go do it.
Yeah. Yeah, some people are taking, like somebody said, 3 beers and 2 shots of Jameson. Perfect.
Special, no pun intended, concoction that gets it done.
Yeah. I never really thought about it that way, but I guess it's out there. But they're saying, yes, instead of alcohol, although it may get you to the party.
Have you ever used like a horny goat weed? We talked about Viagra. We've all
herbal remedies and things like. Nah, I don't believe in those at all. I don't even believe in quote unquote aphrodisiacs.
Yeah,
oysters and.
What about amnesiacs?
Guys don't need aphrodisiacs. We just need a hand or a mouth, and we're good.
Yeah,
right.
And then if it's a girl,
right.
Right. What happened to the other parts?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, just to get us started.
Anything. Yeah. No, at a certain point, though, the warranty comes due, and you may need some assistance.
Hand or a mouth and produce, whatever.
The hand is stupid. Use the produce.
Yeah. I saw a root from a tree that looked like a vagina the other day.
Perfect. Did you bang it?
No.
It was still playing golf. Tree, yeah.
But I'm
fellas,
turn them on.
Give me a few seconds. I'm going to go bang this tree.
Radio personality arrested banging a tree.
Why did you do that to me?
It's like Lord of the Rings. 2 Towers.
Oh my God.
This guy just tried to have me sexually. He banged the knot behind me. Scared the owl that was living in it.
That is the first time we've ever had a talking tree.
Yeah,
on the show.
Is that what they sounded like on
in Lord of the Rings? Yeah.
They had the deep voices, yeah.
Huge, big voice. And
what you doing back there, buddy?
The owl.
You scared the owl living in my knot. That's my knot sack.
Well done. Well done.
Oh, Samwise. We just had a threesome with a pine tree. I'll be pulling splinters out of my sack for years to come.
By the way, did you see the guy who won the gold medal in last year's springboard? Last Olympic springboard?
No.
The dude from Russia failed to dive yesterday.
How did he do? What did he do?
He belly flopped. So.
By the way, Casey, can you do that new prep that they do?
No.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like they're tripping.
Please explain.
All right. So before, when Kathy and I were diving, you would have like a 2 or a 3 or a 4 step approach, a crow hop, a jump.
As you're leading into the dive, you do 1, 2, 3. Bam, up.
Right.
All right. So when you're
Casey's going to demonstrate
that's
this
called
in the studio.
Prep. All right.
So now they have this thing where it's like 1, 2, skip.
Yeah, that's what they do. I've tried it in my living room. I will admit this, and I can't quite get what they're doing.
Me neither. I don't know why they do it.
Is it the Dorothy skip from The Wizard of Oz?
Marissa, we are going to get our next guest on in just a moment. I'm actually seeing the hotline light up right now, which means he is reaching out to us here in a second. Then after we talk to this guest a little later on, we're going to have we're going to go right into John Kruk.
Yes.
And continue the conversation about baseball, but we're adding an extra topic in there in that mullets will be a part of that conversation too.
Which he can certainly speak with authority.
One of the greatest ever.
Yes.
But our guest is on now. He's the Director of Media Relations for the Mutual UFO Network. There's a new documentary. It is called Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, and Matthew Modine is the narrator, and you can find it available on YouTube, Prime Video, and iTunes. You can rent it. Please welcome Ron James to our show this morning. Ron, good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. All right, Ron, I'm going to dive right into this. Your documentary indicates that, or argues rather, that there are indeed, we have had contact with advanced extraterrestrial intelligence. This is This is what this all examines, and you believe that we indeed have had this happen here on the planet.
Yes, I believe that the information that David Grush presented to Congress recently is all based on truth, and we actually outlined the evidence for it in our film.
Okay.
You know, it's fascinating, Ron, because over the past couple of years, and we I think one of the first real sort of cold splashes of water to a lot of people was seeing that Navy footage of the famous sort of, I guess, Tic Tac or whatever it was. And these are, accomplished naval pilots with many years of experience flying. And this footage came out that showed these just absolutely improbable vehicles flying or whatever they are. And again, we don't know for sure. At incredible rates of speed, and then suddenly you started to hear the loosening of people in government, and saying, well, there's this, and we're not quite sure about that, and there's the potential for this, and you even started to hear things about non-terrestrial biologics and that all that stuff, and that all culminated with this hearing before Congress. I think a lot of people are saying, okay, where do we stand? Is the broad acceptance that somewhere there is some technology that is being kept under wraps by our government and other governments around the world? And again, do you believe there is biologic matter that is not of this earth, of extraterrestrials, somewhere on this earth right now?
Absolutely. The film Accidental Truth actually lays this case out in detail and presents actual evidence in the form of paper trail from the government and eyewitnesses. When David Grush came out and said what he said, all it does is confirm a story that the people that are dedicated to this topic, and they've understood this for years and years. So it's finally a certain amount of vindication to the community of what you might call ufologists, but also it's a dawn of a new understanding for humanity, and it's not about tinfoil hats and people thinking that the impossible is true. The impossible is true.
Just to preface this, I firmly believe in intelligent life elsewhere in the universe. I think that the numbers align with the fact that the probability that is indeed the case. I personally think that it is the distances are too vast, and the likelihood of actually having visitors here is so slim that it's less than likely that it would be. However, I would be thrilled to find out that actually there is confirmation and that contact has been made. It would be insanely exciting to me, but I have a hard time believing some of this stuff. Now, I haven't seen your film yet, so I need to still check that out. But once again, it seems that Major Grush, who you referred to, is still secondhand saying that people told him they saw these things, and that just doesn't seem concrete enough to me. And I also am curious as to if there is indeed really this contact that's been made, why would it be kept a secret?
Oh, wow. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, I'm sorry to load all that on you, man.
First, let's talk about the distances in space. Einstein's theory of relativity and modern understanding of physics allows for what we call traversable wormholes and the ability to actually bend space-time and to compress these distances through technology. So it is not a stretch to believe. And people that say, oh, they're too far away, they can't possibly get here, they are on the wrong side of modern science. We know that it is possible to traverse these large distances. We have the theory of relativity. We have non-locality, which proves that these type of things actually can occur. And even on mainstream television now, they're talking about traversable wormholes on Beyond Skinwalker Ranch. In Accidental Truth, we present the fact that the government was studying a thing called traversable wormholes as far back as the 50s. So the distance is not an issue, and that's just even assuming that they're from another planet. That's not even thinking about what other places they might be from, interdimensional time travel, living on the here. As far as why the government's kept it a secret, there's a lot of reasons. If you think about a government coming out of World War II, blindsided by some sudden encounter with extraterrestrial craft, and then assigning a group of people to decide what to do with the information, it's not a stretch to think that they would decide that it needs to be kept a secret. And then that secret got kind of out of control over years and years and years, to the point where they just can't do anything except keep on lying. And now they find themselves in a situation where they're going to have to reveal the truth, but they've got to cut themselves for all of the decades of deception.
You know what happens? What goes with this whole the timeline, Ron, is that I've been I don't know, and then maybe, and then I don't know, and it in a way that's kind of interesting and enjoyable. To I agree with Preston. It would be so cool to know.
Yes.
Hopefully without any animosity towards us as a species. But, there have been a number of very credible, compelling people coming forward. And not everyone's saying that it's E.T. or that whatever, but they're saying there is a lot of stuff, a lot of footage, a lot of information that has not been made available to the general public. I mean, I just recently saw this footage. Apparently it's from the Pentagon. It was released that shows a craft literally flying into the water and then flying out of the water again, and no one knows what the hell that is. So just on that basis alone, of these things that have been recorded by military recording equipment, that alone is enough to have people's heads spinning, because we can't, unless we believe that there is, one of the countries on this planet has developed, like Wakanda has developed this kind of technology. That alone is enough to fuel a lot of this talk. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And the idea that it's some other government, Russia, China, is actually really not holding a lot of water, because we're dealing with a technology that has been witnessed going all the way back to World War II, doing a lot of the same things. And so the idea that there might be some advanced technology that's broken through in the recent past, that's a possibility. But the idea that we had it 40, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 75 years ago, highly unlikely.
There's a story that was in the Daily Mail today about this. It says the UFO whistleblower, you talk about David Grush, and he's saying that the government is trying to leak his medical records. This is what he's claiming. This hasn't been verified, in an effort to smear his credibility. And a number of the people that were speaking, in front of Congress, they suggested that they had been threatened, and they attempted to coerce them. Do you put stock in that? Is there the level of coercion? Is there a level of coercion, and how extensive is it?
It's pretty bad. I recently, in fact, yesterday, got off the phone with another witness who wants to come forward, who was saying that he was flying F-104s back in the day and was assigned to a certain very elite group of people that was basically their job was to intercept UFOs, and that he had numerous encounters, including having to eject from his airplane because a UFO disabled all the electronics. This guy, his story is that when he started talking about it and he started trying to tell people about it, somebody dropped a CD-ROM in his mailbox, and when he opened it up to look what was on it, it was a videotape of his grandchildren playing in a park, which is absolutely freaky. I mean, it's kind of like, it's a total indirect threat to this guy. And what we're hearing from people and is that, yes, the threat is real. The people are still willing to kill to protect this secret, and it's going to take just the concerted effort of a lot of people to get this into the mainstream and protect these people that want to come forward. And there are a lot of people. We're up to about 700 witnesses that I know of personally that do want to come forward and talk about this stuff, but they're being hampered by not the law, because the law is allowing for them to come forward at this point, but they're being hampered by the clandestine threats.
All right.
Ron, have you ever had a dialogue with Tom DeLonge from Blink-182?
Absolutely. I know Tom.
Yeah, because he is a huge follower and believer in all of this stuff, and he has done his research. And, I mean, I don't necessarily know how to ask this question, but, is he respected in your field?
Oh, Tom's story is very interesting, and we cover it in Accidental Truth. Tom was a UFO aficionado, kind of a guy just like all the other UFO investigators out there in the world that have spent time trying to figure out the topic. And when 2017, Lou Elizondo came forward admitting to running the secret UFO programs, Tom's organization, True Stars Academy, was basically already assembled and waiting in the wings to assume a role moving forward.
Yeah.
And that did not turn out really like everybody had planned, but Tom is a very respected person, and he's a real deal civilian guy that went to Washington and went to the different powers that be and started digging and got some information.
I think he's like many people, and I think regardless of your level of credence that you're putting into all of this, I think there's a lot more information that's available now that is making people re-examine. Obviously, your film will go, a long way to helping people make their own conclusions about this. But it's an interesting time to see all of this stuff sort of dovetailing in on each other, all these different stories, and we'll see how it plays out.
Absolutely. I think that this is a new dawn of human understanding. And however the knowledge gets into the mainstream, we don't really know how that's going to work. But we do know that knowledge is there and that people need to understand that it's real.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, now available to rent on YouTube, Prime Video, and iTunes. We appreciate you checking in, Ron.
Hey, thanks a lot. And I encourage everybody to watch the film.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Ron James, everybody. The Director of Media Relations for the Mutual UFO Network. And like you said, Steve, you're just going to you got to make your own conclusions.
Make your own conclusions.
On that.
I mean, you can take it on any level you want. The thing I find most interesting, as I said before, is this footage of these various aircraft, that defy aerodynamic sense, buzzing along, and you have pilots estimating speed that is anything by factors of 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times faster than anything we have, to the best of our knowledge. It's amazing.
So you think they're here?
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know, but I know there's. Yeah, I was telling you, Preston, I fell down a YouTube hole about our solar system and the planets, and I watched Neptune last night. And what we used to think about these various planets, it couldn't be that case. Turns out, yeah, it is that case. And almost a number of times in direct contradiction, things they thought about Neptune for the longest time, they're now finding, okay, maybe that is the case. So you never know. I'm with you, though. I just hope they're friendly.
Yeah.
I think of that To Serve Man episode of Twilight Zone.
Yep.
I don't want that.
All right. Well, my God, are we going to switch gears now? We're going to go in a completely different direction. We already spoke.
What if aliens have mullets?
We spoke to Michael Barkann earlier about all the activity at the ballpark last night because so many amazing things happened. But yes, we haven't even touched on the mullet angle.
This is very important.
Cheddar Whiz, the kid, Rory, who is attempting to have to win the crown of mullet champion, 6 years old. He's an awesome kid. He was here in our studio. And took inspiration from our next guest. And we can talk to him about baseball and mullets and whatever, I am sure. Please welcome the one and only John Kruk to the show. John, good morning.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Barkann says hi, by the way. I wanted to get that out of the way.
Yeah. Well, I guess I appreciate that.
I guess I appreciate that. He was speaking glowingly of
your work.
Your work, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I love messing with him. I enjoy what they do. Him and Ricky, Ben, Ruben, whoever's over there. But I give Michael a hard time about not wanting to talk to him.
Well, listen, man, it was, we'll get to the mullet thing in a minute, but how exciting for you personally last night watching all those things happen, the no-hitter, the first home run in a National League, or in a Major League debut, and Castellanos hitting his 200. That's a game right there, man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was so much stuff wrapped up in one. When I was at ESPN, I called the no-hitter. Dan Shulman called it. I didn't call it. I just kind of talked about it. in Jake Arrieta when he was with the Cubs against the Dodgers, he threw a no-hitter. And I thought that was the coolest thing. But last night, my God, to watch a kid's first at bat, 28 years old, parents, family, everyone in the stands. He hits a home run. We show the dad. The dad's crying. T-Mac and I got emotional up there just with that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, because he put in so much time to try to get to the big leagues and, the perseverance, because a lot of guys after a while would say, it just ain't going to work out. I'm done. I'm going to go get a real job.
Yeah.
It was just amazing. And then, Nick hits the 2 home runs, and then the whole process, like the 5th inning during a commercial, T-Mac looked at me and he goes, he has a no-hitter. I'm like, holy crap, with everything else that's going on, how are we going to do this? And, but, I was happy that they left him out there, and I think the only reason why Michael Lorenzen was allowed to finish that game is because they have a 6-man rotation now. And they have two off days coming up on Monday, Thursday, and I know that they can skip him or not skip him, but give him a couple extra days rest to recover. But oh my God, it was so unbelievable. First start in Philly. Michael Lorenzen. It's unbelievable.
John, you would know better. Casey asked Barkann this question, but how much say does a guy like Lorenzen have when they're thinking about pulling him out because his pitch count is getting too high, when he can say, look, I really want this? I mean, how much say does a player have, and does it depend on at what point in their career they're in?
Yeah, I think the fact that Michael's been around a while played into it. And, I think from the 7th inning on, every time he come off the mound, Rob Thompson was immediately meeting him at the steps going down in the dugout. And we saw Michael every time. He's like, I'm good. And, they had Dylan Covey in the 9th inning warming up just in case if they got a hit in the 9th inning, he was out.
Yeah.
And but I think you have to trust Michael. I think the worst thing I've seen with him in the 2 starts is he wears sleeves. If you ever seen this human being, he's massive.
Yes.
And I mean, he's a strong guy. And I'm sure that played a lot into it. He talked about recovery to us after the game and how he felt great. He said it really wasn't that hot out there, so I recovered between innings. It was just an historic night in so many different ways that, T-Mac texted me right after I got home, and, he said, can you believe what we just witnessed today and everything that went on in tonight's game? And I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy that we got to be a part of that.
Yeah, John, I mean, just from a fan's perspective, it was a magical night. And I was watching it from home. I was so grateful to be watching it with you and T-Mac in the booth. The fact that it was in Philadelphia. You guys had Ryan Howard in the booth with you earlier in the night with some new chicken sandwiches and stuff. Like it was one cool thing after another. And our buddy John Brazier texted me. He said, he reminded me that you were on the field when Tommy Green threw a no-hitter, I think in 90 or 91. So if you can, compare and contrast the difference between being on the field as a teammate versus being in the broadcast booth.
I was there playing first base, and I was in left field when Tommy threw his in Montreal, but I was at first base when Terry Mulholland threw his no-hitter also. So it's nerve-wracking when you're playing because you don't want to be that guy that gets a bad jump on a grounder, gets a bad jump on a fly ball.
Yeah.
But you felt like when you're in the game, you had a chance to help create history. When you're in the booth, you have no say-so. Like, they're not hitting you any balls up there. They're not, so just watching as the game progressed, and you try not to change anything. So, everyone says, oh man, you got to get the scorecard that you kept that night, get it signed by Michael and all. With Ryan Howard coming in and all the food they brought up and everything, I made it through 2 innings in my scorecard, and I'm just like, screw it. He has a no-hitter.
Well, let me ask you to that point, John, because we were talking earlier about, the lore and the superstition, about how you acknowledge that it looks like you're on track for this. I mean, do you play any mental gymnastics as it's going on about how you're going to slowly acknowledge this?
Well, I didn't acknowledge T-Mac when he brought it up on the air. He said something about like in the 5th or 6th inning. He said, something to the effect of, let's just hope that we still have something special going on. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. and I tried to ignore it, but because people think that we have control over what happens on the field. We don't. I mean, let's be honest, we don't. If I had those kind of powers, I'd have won the damn lottery.
Did you check your tickets yet, Kruk?
I did not. I forgot.
You said you were going to.
I'm going to today, though. I'm going to stop at the store I got them at today and check, and maybe I won $1. Because T-Mac still owes me $2.
There you go.
The last time we went in on the lottery ticket, so I didn't go on with him this time. But if I won, I wasn't sharing.
No reason to.
No, because he what am I going to do? Give him a couple million, and he owes me $2. But no, I am so happy for everything that happened last night. But I'm so happy for Tom. I mean, he's called no hitters before, but I mean he's so dang good, and he's so dang easy to work with, and he's like a father figure to me, even though I'm like 7 years older than him. He has to tell me what shirt to wear, and because I'm rendered useless at this point in my life. Like, we're trying to remember all that stuff that I have to remember, but. Yeah, so second inning, I'm looking at my scorecard. I'm like, man, I missed like 2 or 3 innings. I don't know what I'm doing here. And normally I look at his scorecard and like try to catch up, but it was like 3 innings later. I'm like, why should I start now?
Seriously.
Why ruin it?
Hey, Kruk, I want to ask because Weston had his debut home run last night. Do you recall when and where you had your first major league home run and who it was off?
Yeah, I hit in Wrigley.
Oh, wow.
My first home run, Wrigley Field, off Hall of Famer, Dennis Eckersley.
No heck way.
That's pretty friggin' good. Yeah.
Do you remember which number game you were in?
Oh, no. God, no.
No?
I don't even remember what my first hit, what game number that was.
Okay.
I mean, my gosh, I don't even remember a whole lot about yesterday prior to the game.
You're owed $2 though. Yeah.
But honestly, I mean, Wrigley Field, Dennis Eckersley. I mean, that's two components to a home run that just unforgettable.
Yeah, it was pretty neat, and it was funny because like when I was with ESPN, they used to have ESPN the weekend down at Disney in Orlando, and I remember sitting there watching the fireworks. My son was young, my daughter was young, and we were sitting there watching, and lo and behold, there's Dennis Eckersley standing beside us. So I talked to him. I've known Dennis for a while, and I'm talking, and he tells my son, now quote, and I'm not going to say the word. But,
all right.
My son was probably 8, 9 years old, maybe, and he looked at him. He goes, yeah, your effing dad hit a effing bomb off of me for his first effing home run.
Triple F bomb.
To an 8-year-old.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then I figured, well, shoot, he's already heard that word. Free to use it now in the house whenever I need to.
John, you mentioned ESPN a couple of times, and I just got to say, as a Phils fan, as a lifelong Phils fan, we're really grateful that you work here now. And I know you could probably do a national broadcast anywhere, but the Philly connection to you is really palpable and important to Phillies fans, and not least of which because we get to have connections like this, and with our buddy Rory, who is in this mullet championship, and none of that would happen if you had stayed with the national broadcast. So thanks for coming back to Philly and being part of the Phillies broadcast team.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've told players on this team, last year was a magical run for them.
Yeah.
And you pull for them so hard because they're so great guys. And, Dave Dombrowski's done an unbelievable job of bringing players, Philadelphia-type players, to Philadelphia to play. It's hard. It's very hard playing in Philadelphia. It's hard playing in New York. It's hard playing in Boston. But, man, once you do it and you get a piece of what this fan base is all about, Michael Lorenzen said it last night. It's his first start in Philadelphia. And he said, the fans helped me. The fans helped me will me into, later in the innings. I needed that support from them. And it just every player says that. And that's what I love about this team. They get it, what it's like to play in this city. They understand it. And this is like my favorite team that I've covered.
It's great.
With the Phillies in 7 years, I think I've been back, and this is the best team I've covered because they have a bunch of Philadelphia type players.
Yeah, but Barkann was saying when he was talking about you, he's saying, and I guess paraphrasing, he was saying that you were sort of pitting, players who bypassed Philly for fear of the rough fans or whatever, because they will never know what you're just describing now, that energy, that stuff that just comes with playing in this city.
Yeah, I think there's guys that regret it. Trey Turner, Matt Strom, they said when they signed with the Phillies, we saw the postseason last year. We saw the magical run that they went on. But they said we saw the fan base and the passion that these players these fans have, and they wanted to be a part of it. And Michael Lorenzen is another perfect fit for Philadelphia. It's just amazing how these guys have bought into what the Philadelphia fans are all about, and they understand it. And they understand they're going to get booed if they do something wrong, but they also know that these fans are going to have their back through thick and thin. And right now it's getting really thick with this playoff race and the fact that they're, right now they're going to be playing in the postseason again this October, and it's great. I love it for the fan base. And Ryan Howard even said it reminded him of their run in 2007, 8, 9, 10. That great run that they had with all those great players, and they understand it. And Ryan said this ballpark right now reminds him, with all the fans, how passionate it is and how loud it is. He said it reminded him of those years.
Kruk, during this interview, we're getting a bunch of text messages that are saying John Kruk was my favorite player when I was a kid. And but you also have a current kid who is a big fan of yours, and he met you the other day. This is Rory Cheddarwiz, the kid with the mullet, and he is in the running for to be the champion of mullets in the United States. You got a chance to meet him, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so jealous. It was special. Now, a couple years ago, I had my hair growing long, and I thought, maybe I'll do it again. Maybe I'll sport the mullet for a little bit part of the season here just to see, how that plays out. And but then my daughter had her senior night, and she said, please tell me you're getting a haircut. You're not walking me out on the court for senior night with that hair. And I'm like, oh crap, man, I got to get a dang haircut. So I got a haircut.
Well, you're a good dad.
Well, yeah, that's debatable. But I after seeing Rory the other day, I'm like, you know what? What the hell? Yeah. I ain't going to get a haircut because she ain't going to have senior night again for 4 more years. So if I can get this thing working in 4 years, man.
Oh, that'd be sensational.
I may not cut my hair again.
Yeah.
So, I got instructions from Alec Boehm. He said, listen, he said, you got to grow it out. Mm-hmm. He said, you got to get through that stage where it bothers you when it starts hitting your ear. He said, you got to get through that. You got to get over that. Like, he's giving me instruction on how to grow my hair. And I think that was the greatest thing because we didn't talk baseball. We talked about, how, that initial when it starts hitting your ear, which we both hated. And he said, you have to just fight through it. I'm like,
on how to cultivate a mullet. That's hilarious. Yeah.
I love it.
John, after Rory's visit the other day, you tweeted out, vote for my new best friend for that awesome mullet. And I spoke to Rory's mom, Erin, after you tweeted that. Rory firmly believes you guys are now best friends. So he's been telling all his buddies that his best friend is John Kruk. And so I just want you to know that Rory really loves spending some time with you.
Well, yeah, they said that he watched like videos of us, like highlights or whatever, YouTube or whatever of '93, and I had the long mullet and whatever. And listen, I didn't want to grow a mullet, but it just kind of happened. and then as it was getting longer and we started winning games and everything, like Dave Hollins, who's like a brother to me, and I love him like a brother. He told me once he grabbed my hair. He used to rub the back of my hair before games and stuff. And he was rubbing the hair, and he said, you realize you better never get this cut until the season's over. And
yeah.
And he had multiple personalities, and
he was a great bunch of guys.
And the one who said that particular person that came out of his mouth at that time was scared the hell out of me. And so I'm like, well, I can't get a dang haircut. I can't get this thing cut now. So, but Rory watched videos, I guess, and I guess that kind of inspired him as he was moving on in this mullet contest. But I tell you what, man, I mean, he had it perfect. I mean, it was absolutely perfect. And he had the kind of spiky up top, real thin on the sides, and then the length in the back was just magical. I mean, I hope and pray that he wins. And, look, if he thinks he and I are best friends, and I'm in.
I love it, man.
It's adorable.
My kids tell me I don't have any friends, and they say, how can you go through life with no friends? I said, because then that means I don't have to deal with people.
But you're making an exception here.
I will make an exception for a 6-year-old.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of Dave Hollins and that 93 team, it is alumni weekend, which is really cool. A bunch of your former teammates from that 93 team are coming in. A bunch of the 83 Phils are coming in as well. So who else do you get to see this weekend besides Dave Hollins?
Well, pretty much I know, let's see, Dave Hollins, of course, coming, Pete Incaviglia, Milt Thompson, who I see a lot, which I love seeing Milt. Kurt Schilling's coming in. Oh, gosh, I can't remember. Jim Eisenreich will be here, I believe, Danny Jackson.
Wow.
We're going to have a good group of guys. But, it's I used to love the reunion weekend, and I love it when there's no celebration of whatever team, like our 93 team, just because there's too many gone now.
Yeah.
It starts out, we can't wait to see each other. And after we see each other and we talk for a while about our lives and whatever, that boring stuff, we have to get through that stage. But then it always comes back to, all the guys that we lost.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a fun weekend, but it's also a sad weekend too.
I understand that.
Well, those who pass would want you guys to have a good time, and obviously listen, we started this whole thing talking about, last night secured a memory in people's minds that will be generational. It'll be told to kids, and it'll be told, and this is the nature of what, the sport that was your vocation for so long. That's what it does. It gives families memories. It gives all of this. So, I mean, perfect. It makes sense that you're going to miss the people that aren't there, but you're all part of something, a collective that has given people generational stories and good times that will last forever.
Yeah, that's what I love about being able to play here. And I I count my blessings every day that I got traded to the Phillies just because of what all it's meant to me in my life, playing here personally. But yeah, it's just amazing. And so I feel that because I do games here and I still, work here. But when the guys come in, that aren't living in the Philadelphia area, Danny Jackson, Dave Hawk, when they hear these, just what people are telling us, when we get announced on the field, like we still like pinch ourselves. Like, can you believe that? Our team has been passed down from generation to generation. So many young kids that never saw us play, but they either watch the highlight tape or they watch, YouTube or whatever they watch anymore, and they see what our team was about. And that's what I think what was great with our team is like, even though we didn't win, we were like you said, a generational type team because, how many kids like to play like we did?
Yeah.
Just hell bent every day to goof off every day. There was something always going on in there. But man, once about 7:05 game starts, once about 6:30 hit, I mean, it was like
on.
The switch just got turned off, and the joking and the trash talking and the MFing each other and everything like that. I mean, that went away, and then it was game time, and it was we went out there as 25 guys to kick someone's ass every day, and we got lucky enough that we did well.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
It's awesome. Great memories, and more memories are being made now, and you're a part of that as well, calling the game. So it's awesome, John. You guys are you're working tonight, 6:40 against the Nats again, and then a 3-game weekend series. So there's baseball in town. Go and get it, man.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to do it. How can we top last night?
Yeah,
right.
Just hope it happens.
Well, let's see what happens. Yeah,
you never know.
I mean, son of a gun. I mean, I might have to go 9 innings with my score sheet tonight.
You don't have to do that.
No. All right, John, thanks for checking in, man. It's awesome to speak to you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
You got it, man. John Kruk. Oh, my God.
Love that man.
The best. Absolute best. You should see all our text messages coming through.
Yeah.
Well,
he had a job here at the radio station when I first started in the promotions department. I think it was a beer. I think it was Miller Lite. Hired him and Mitch Williams to go out on these appearances. And one of my first gigs ever at the radio station, I worked in the promotions department. I got to hang out with John Kruk. Could not have been a nicer guy.
Wow.
This was 2000, 2001, something like that. And I meant what I said earlier. We're lucky to have him in Philadelphia. He gets it. He knows what this team's about. I think that this team is special. Last year's team was special too, but to have him in the booth calling these games makes it even more special.
Yeah, he's a no-nonsense guy, man.
And we talked earlier when you were talking about things and affirmations and appreciating what you have. And you just had a guy tell you how much he loves this city and loves you, the sports fan, and appreciates what you provided him. And obviously we appreciate what the team and he has provided us.
Yep.
It's very cool.
Absolutely. All right, we got to take a break. We're going to come back. The beat file is on the way. And also, if you like hot sauce, we got something to tell you about when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I mean, I would just do the traditional skip, right leg, left leg.
Let's time you.
It would be hard. What, all the way down the hall? Yeah, down the hall.
You have to do a lap, right?
No. Do it down the hall.
That's European style.
This is your starting point right here.
All right, Olympic skipping.
All right. You want me to go first?
So, Olympic skipping. Do we need a video crew for this? Hold on. Okay, all right.
All right, there's your starting point.
All right, skippers, take your mark. Set. Go! And she's off. She's skipping down the hall, and she looks happy while doing it. So now she's coming back. Here we go.
No.
Push it. Push it. Go. Time.
All right.
Wow.
You going to try it or no?
Yeah.
I was going to use Wizard of Oz method, but...
Hey, it's just like diving. Whatever your approach is, man.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Watch out down the hall.
All right.
There's people cheering for us.
All right.
Here he goes. He's warming up.
Yep, he's doing...
Get limber.
All right. Do your Michelle Jenicky dance. Skipper skippers, take your marks. Set, go. All right, and he's off. He's off. Oh my God, he's doing this double skip.
Now he skips like
Steve. Oh my God, does he look insanely? He looks way too happy while doing that. He should be coming around the corner any second now, around through the kitchen, and here he comes. He's doing the double skip. All right, I think he's not going to beat your time, Kathy. And time.
Wow. Double footing it.
Oh, yeah.
double footer.
You crushed it.
I got the gold.
All right, let's do one more because Nick wanted to take you on, and we'll see if he can beat the.
Oh, Nick's wearing sneakers. Kathy was going barefoot.
Yeah.
That's a different approach, too.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was double skipping and I screwed it up.
Nick's loosening up.
Okay.
And Skipper, take your mark. Set. Go! And he's off. And he is skipping furiously.
He's a terrible skipper.
He might actually get injured.
Yeah, you're right.
He's going to be our injury for sure.
Yes. Let me know. All right, here he comes around the
Wait
corner.
a second, he might win.
About to cross the finish line and across. Time.
Close. 16.67 seconds.
What?
Kathy retains the gold.
Thank you.
Damn it! Oh my God! Look here.
Wow, I thought he had you. Olympic skipping. Whew. I'd say that's definitely an event down the road.
Try doing that. Try doing it Wizard of Oz style.
I might go with
that was
it.
pretty awesome.
I might start training.
I think I can beat you.
Can you beat my time? Well, are you doing it Wizard of Oz or straight ahead?
I'm doing straight ahead skipping.
Clearly, Wizard of Oz is not the way to go.
But funnier.
Was it funnier?
Yes.
All right.
It did look good, Steve.
All right, watch out, Marilyn.
Watch out, Marilyn.
All right, here we go.
Come on, we're competing.
Skippers, take your mark. Set, go.
All right, Preston's off, and he is. Well, he is. No, wait a second. He looks like a charging gorilla.
Is he just running?
He's just running. He's no.
No, he was skipping.
What is that? Are you kidding?
Oh my God, dude.
You look like a charging gorilla.
Wow. We have set so many world records in the past couple of weeks. You shattered the world record, Preston.
What?
With a time of 13.6.
Yes! All right. Do me again with my new method of skipping.
Okay.
Oh,
man.
I think I hurt my ankle.
Oh, you're the injury?
Yeah.
My new method of skipping.
Okay. Steve, you want your tags on?
Olympic skipping.
Okay, all right.
Ow.
Okay.
All right, Skipper, take your mark. Set and go. He's off. Oh, he's running. He's absolutely running. And here he comes. And
Yes!
Wow.
That was my new method of skipping.
New world record.
Hey!
No, he broke his gait.
He got DQ'd?
He got DQ'd. I was skipping. What do you mean?
I will say the turns were a little difficult.
Yes.
Yeah, they were, right?
Yeah.
I pulled something down there. My left ankle, it was already bothering me. I don't know why I did that. That was
What did
stupid.
you do? That was the funniest hardcore skipping. Woo!
I know. I think I had a look of intensity on my face.
You did.
I stumbled across this. It might have been late last week. And I didn't get a chance to bring it up to you guys. But Panda Express has come out with a new tool. I wish Bobby Lee was still here. A new tool that could forever change how we eat Chinese food, eat Asian food in general, because the chain may soon be introducing a chork or a chopsticks fork hybrid in its restaurants.
All right, how good are you at chopsticks?
I'm real good at chopsticks.
I'm pretty good. I don't eat a lot of Asian food.
My whole family is good. We just started in, just for fun, because I think it's just a thing that culturally it's kind of neat to see how,
once you got it, you got it.
Those. Yeah, and once you get it, it takes a little practice. The only one, my daughter, she still uses the little kid chopsticks that they make with the rubber band and the little thing.
Has a little spring action.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. You want to get good at chopsticks? Get a bowl of peas and just start.
Yeah. Try to pick those out.
That's how you get good.
I'm good at it. I'm pretty decent at it to where I can eat rice, noodles, stuff like that. No, rice is a bitch. It's tough to scoop it under and get it all to stay in one bit on your rice.
It
but
is
you can do it.
Besides, if you see hardcore, Asian restaurants and people who are Chinese restaurants, there's a scooping process.
There's a little bit, for sure, yeah. But they want to do this chork thing.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
It's for Americans.
Yeah,
I know.
That's weak sauce.
I have a chadle, which is a ladle and a chork.
A chork and a ladle?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you use that for?
conversation.
All right.
I have no idea how to use chopsticks.
No kidding.
No idea. Can't. It frustrates me. I don't eat a lot of Chinese food, I will say, but still, I mean, I've tried, and I just can't do it.
This is
Jace is better than me.
You will think I am being weird with this, but it involves male genitals to practice.
I don't see the correlation.
All right. I'm just suggesting.
Why don't you show her off here?
Yeah.
Kathy, you should practice with it. And
I've tried. Well, I probably should.
You've done the Kathy version of try.
Do you know what happens though?
Ooh, this is gross. I'm stopping.
Well, it's not gross.
to
I
you,
just don't know how to do it.
A lot of times
I don't like it. I can't do it.
Ew, this is like the hand. I don't get it. Kathy, sometimes they make inferior chopsticks that are far too thin. I like a little girth on my chopsticks. Do you agree, Preston?
Yeah, they do make some that are heavier.
Right.
As well.
Got a little weight to them, yeah.
The ones that are not just the real, yeah. Yeah, Kathy?
Yeah.
I'll show you how to do it.
What's happening?
I know,
No,
but
you're not doing it right.
But you're not doing it.
I'm using a fork.
And there she goes. She's done. And
Use
there
the
it
channel.
is.
It'll get you from England to France very quickly.
All right, so anyhow, they might be doing this thing. Basically, what it looks like is a fork on one end. Instead of one piece, one handle that comes out the other end of the fork, it splits out into two pieces, and it's plastic, so I assume you can just kind of squeeze it and use it that way. So, yeah, everybody's got their own little technique of chopsticks. You do it like that? I do mine a little bit differently.
What do you do?
Here, can I see those pencils, Carter?
Yeah, so I use the index finger and the thumb, and I use the clamping motion is done by lowering the index finger.
I do it like this.
You're a little different than me, Steve, but similar approach.
I anchor it on my ring finger, the bottom one.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
Ring finger like that. Yeah.
That's kind of what Casey, I think you and I are pretty similar.
Pretty similar.
Kathy, you nailed it.
Oh my God, you're more.
Do you?
Jesus Christ. You'd starve to death. We'd be visiting you
Maybe I
in
should
a
eat with chopsticks.
Chinese hospital. I can't eat. I can't eat anything.
Kat, how'd you lose so much weight?
I start eating with a chopstick.
This might be a great idea. I think if I start eating everything with chopsticks.
It's a total body workout. Chopsticks.
So anyhow, it's called a chork. There's something else that's going on today, and we touched on it a little bit.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by 3 Ice. 3-on-3 Pro Hockey is championship weekend this Saturday at the Wells Fargo Center when 3 Ice wraps up its second season. And you can visit 3ice.com for a special $10 ticket offer. We're going to start with this. Colorado Parks and Wildlife and said that officers are searching for a black bear that bit a man's arm while he was relaxing in a hammock at a campground near Trinidad.
Just chomped down on his arm?
Yep. The attack happened late Saturday night.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, that's
Ooh, finger sandwich.
The headline where I got this, there's a great website called fark.com, and people submit these articles with these headlines, and it said, ooh, human burrito. It's in a hammock. So sure enough, apparently the victim said that he heard a rustling noise while in the hammock and turned on his headlamp. It was at night. And he said he saw a dark-colored bear next to him. The bear then bit him on his upper right arm before turning and wandering off. The victim left the campground and went to a motel before calling an ambulance for treatment of his wound, which appeared to be 2 to 3 inch bite. The man said that he had no food or other attractants with him in the hammock that may have lured the bear.
That's pretty bizarre. They usually wouldn't do that.
Yeah, a trap was set at the campground in case the bear came back, and dogs were called in to initiate a hunt in the area.
He made a critical mistake, though. He fell asleep reading his salmon.
Oh, no, be careful. Terrified villagers in a rural Peruvian district have claimed they have come under attack by 7-foot-tall aliens they have dubbed Los Palacaras, or the Face Peelers.
Face Peelers?
Yes.
Sounds like a great band.
Members of the...
We are the Face Peelers, thank you!
Members of the Iquitu tribe have reported mysterious figures in dark-colored hoods attacking the villagers who live in the rural district of East Lima, Peru.
What was the gang in Short Circuit 2, Keith?
Oh, Los Locos.
Yeah.
What did they do?
They kick your ass, they kick your balls into outer space.
So
Kick your
I'm
face.
seeing a connection here.
Yeah.
Outer space is mentioned.
After one such attack, 15-year-old girl had to be taken to the hospital. According to the community leader, Jairo Davia, the teenager narrowly escaped, but as a result of the struggle, they cut part of her neck. And now, according to local media, members of the community are conducting night patrols to protect women, children, and more vulnerable villagers who have called on authorities to send in the military.
The time has come to protect our village from the face peelers.
Some community members say they can't sleep because they are in fear. Locals
You
describe
gonna sleep with face peelers around?
the extraterrestrials as having large heads and yellowish eyes, and said the mysterious figures are immune to their hunting weapons.
Yellow eyes.
They claim, I swear
to God. It's like we were being attacked by a million Scott Farkases.
They claim they have attacked him every night for. They have attacked them every night for nearly a month since July 11th. Davia says
All
that
right, face peelers, I double dog dare you.
he had come face to face with one of the so-called aliens. He said, we almost met face to face. His face is hardly visible. I have seen his whole body floating at a height of 1 meter, he said, suggesting they had been hovering.
Yeah, they use the metric system.
He said their shoes are round-shaped, which they use to float. Their heads are long, they wear a mask, and their eyes are yellowish, and they are experts at escaping. So some villagers describe the aliens as being like pelacaras, strange beings from folklore that feast on human faces, fat, and organs.
Wow, man.
So that's what they say is happening. They want the military sent in, so we'll see. Boston police spent much of Monday morning sifting through trash in a dumpster at the city's public works facility. Detectives were seen pulling out a big blue lid from a container. The DPW was dumping a pile of trash when the lid came off and a human arm fell out.
Oh, man.
God.
Sources
Don't
say,
mind if I do.
dude, a wing. Sources say GPS on the city's truck traced the trash back to Bay Village, and that's where a citizen's complaint came in on Boston's 311 app showing a picture of a shopping cart with a blue bin inside. Well, in response, the DPW picked it up, and that's where a security camera caught footage of the crew making the grim discovery.
Jeez.
In the dumpster, detectives were also seen pulling out a beige blanket or clothing and a hooded jacket. It is now in the hands of a state medical examiner to determine how that person died and who that person may be. Pretty
Don't
wild.
look. It's a beige blanket.
Wow. All right, and let's see. Here's another interesting one. This one's out of Sweden. A hiker has described squalid conditions at a mountain station at the foot of Kebnekaise, or Kebnekaise, that's it, sorry, Kebnekaise, which is Sweden's highest peak. In the days before it was forced to close due to a stomach bug outbreak.
It's Swedish for Kevin Arnold.
A lodge had to be evacuated after attempts to manage cases of stomach sickness throughout quarantine had failed. The mountain station said on Sunday that it was not known how the outbreak started.
Wow.
But Johanna Murray, a spokesperson for the Swedish Tourist Association, confirmed that a landslide had broken a pump station earlier in the summer, and since then the station had been providing portable toilets, which had to be airlifted regularly to be emptied. A Danish guest, Karina Wilhelm, who stayed at the mountain station, said that she believed the outbreak had been caused by poor toilet facilities. She said there were 300 to 400 people up there, and you had to stand in line 30 minutes to an hour just to go to the bathroom.
Oh, my God.
And there was only one sink to wash hands. People would skip the hand washing because you had to stand in line for that, and the people were using that to brush their teeth. There were portable toilets.
I think Kathy would love this.
She said that they were disgusting, and on Sunday, hikers formed long queues to be airlifted out by a helicopter because that many people were sick.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and they just had diarrhea and stomach issues. So, yeah.
It's time for Matt Cowper's mountain stories. This one's sick.
He's just trying to calm everybody down and tell them stories, and yeah, it's a sixth story. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right. You guys like hot sauce, Nick? I know you like it.
yeah.
I'm a fan of hot sauce. I don't like the crazy hot ones, but some people are insane when it comes to
I'm in
that.
your camp. I don't want it to override the taste of what I'm eating, but if you get a good, well-executed hot sauce, it can be wonderful.
Saturday and Sunday, August 19th and 20th, we are happy to announce that the annual Philadelphia Hot Sauce Festival is taking place, and we have a friend here to talk about it. He is known as Cast Iron Kyle.
Hey!
Kyle Seip is with us. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, good morning, Son Blurks. What's up?
Nice to see you, man. By the way, Kyle is one of those super fan listeners. He comes out to all kinds of events. He's diehard Preston and Steve fan.
Which we thank you for.
Very much so. And the cast iron part is because he buys and refurbishes and sells cast iron skillets.
And the stuff is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. And business is good, right?
Yeah, it's great. The pandemic had a big part of it because everybody was cooking at home, and it was pretty neat.
But what about you and hot sauce? What's the story with that?
So I partnered with White House Sauce Company. They put on a lot of the local shows, and they said, "Hey, you want to join on and see if we can get some new brands and like kind of create a buzz about this?" And they asked me to be the judge for the Boston Hot Sauce Festival, which was great before I got salmonella and had to leave.
Right.
But we judge everything ahead of time, so it was cool. And he goes, "Hey, you want to do one in Philly? They've never had a hot sauce festival in Philly. You want to try?" I was like, "Absolutely, let's do it." So it's going to be at the Cannstatter Beer Garden on Academy Road. I don't know where that. I don't know. All right.
It's 9130 Academy Road.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
German food, German beer, along with 25 brands of hot sauces. It's going to be awesome.
Okay. So the food, the whole experience so that you get the hot sauce and its element, and so these are well attended. I mean, I'm amazed at how the hot sauce interest and phenomenon has grown.
It's a subculture, man.
It is huge. Like the same way you have wine aficionados, you have an equal culture of hot sauce aficionados.
Yeah, and they asked me to put together a little judging staff for this year, and I actually brought on a sommelier. One of my buddies is a really good sommelier.
Okay.
And, Johnson & Wales trained and all that.
Oh, wow.
And he can identify flavors that I don't even know exist.
All right, so judges, what's the competition part of this?
So they enter different to win different awards. There's the Liberty Bell Award for the best overall sauce. I give out my own personal award for the sauce I think would go best with, something cooked in cast iron.
Right.
So these are the 25 brands that are going to be competing in this?
They have to submit their own. They pay to submit, and then, it covers the trophy costs, and, we're going to film it. We're doing a, production on the tastings and all that. So it's pretty fun, and we get a good group of people. I brought my buddy PJ with me, who's a judge as well. He can identify hot sauces from all over the place.
So the actual competition is, so in other words, do all of the hot sauces get, okay, we're going to put this on chicken, or we're going to,
it's all themed based on the location.
Okay,
so
I got it.
Boston, not to talk about Boston, but they had the best green sauce. I said, let's call it the Green Monster Award, that kind of thing. Make it fun,
Right.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so people, these are all day events. I mean, it's noon to 8 on Saturday the 19th, and then noon to 6 on Sunday the 20th. And what's is there a charge to get in, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a $10 fee. There's two sessions actually, so it's 12 to 4, and then 4 to 8 on Saturday, and then 12 to 3 and 3 to 6 on Sunday. So they do it in sessions to try to get a good flow of people, because there's a lot of tasting going on.
Right.
And, doing it in sessions like that kind of breaks it up.
And Preston, if you get the platinum package, they offer free anal reconstruction.
Oh, amazing.
Terrific.
I was thinking about that.
So what are you eating it on? Are you just taking spoonfuls of hot sauce?
Yeah, so they have this thing. It's called an eco spoon, because a million little plastic spoons isn't good for the environment. So it's a biodegradable little a little paper spoon that you just literally just take a little taste. They have tasting bottles set up. It's pretty cool. And contrary to what anybody would think, I don't like the super, super hot stuff. I actually go for the food flavor stuff.
Okay.
So, good mild heat.
Does the Scoville scale figure into this? Is that, Oh, okay.
They brag like crazy. Ours is 50 billion. Whatever number that means, not
That's part of it as well.
Yeah.
So if people come, they pay the ticket price and so on, are there samples for you?
Everyone.
Okay, everybody
can come and sample. Yep.
Cool. Okay.
Kyle, to borrow a line from a movie, will milk be made available? Because
I thought it would be a good idea to try to get a dairy on board for this, because I think, that's a perfect pairing, perfect sponsorship. So if any Philly dairies, let's go.
Well, to the best of your knowledge, and what we've all understood is that milk is one of the few things that can kill. Right. The
capsaicin oil.
Right.
So ice cream, coffee creamer.
People drink water, and that's the wrong move.
It spreads it out. Actually,
It
makes it more hot if you drink water.
Oh my God,
Kyle, I wanted to ask you something on a personal level. Did Bon Appetit magazine take notice of you and your cast iron stuff?
Yeah. Yes.
And they dubbed you something?
The cast iron king of old pans. That was Chef Brad Leone. He actually launched a YouTube video last night that me and him did together. It was pretty touching. My family got together. We watched. It was the biggest moment of my
That's
career.
tremendous, man.
Awesome, man.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
So you go out and you get you find these cast iron skillets. You fix them up, you refurbish them, and then you sell them because a lot of times you find them in antique shops, they can be in pretty bad shape.
Yep.
And you brought one in with you here.
So this is the exact one I gave you. And when I found this, I said I'm gonna put it through the electrolysis process. I'm gonna completely restore it, and I'm gonna give it to Casey so that you guys can have matching skillets. And because yesterday you said your food is mediocre pedestrian, you cook a burger in this, you're not in that class.
Is that
anymore.
right?
Yeah.
So
that's yours.
and I've heard this from and I'm a novice, but I've heard that a good cast iron skillet can make a big difference.
Big difference.
And you're here to say absolutely.
Oh yeah, generational too. I have my great-great-grandmother's stuff. I have stuff from the 1870s.
A lot of great steak restaurants will cook their steaks on. You think they're grilling them? No, they put them on a cast iron skillet.
Yes,
man.
they do.
Wow. Do you want to give a 10-second assertion on the best way to clean cast iron? Because people differ on this.
Yeah, I use Dawn.
The best way would be to contact me on my Instagram and send them to me, and I'll do it. Because I actually have to repair skillets that other people try to restore, and they do it wrong. I have 8 different electrolysis tanks at my house set up for this.
Wow.
Do you use Dawn or Palmolive? Which one do you prefer?
Out.
Get out of here.
Get out now.
By the way, his Instagram account, and we'll, I'm sure, link that or do whatever we do socially wise.
Going up on the site right now.
Thank you, Marissa.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Cast iron _Kyle. And you can find him on Instagram. And Kyle makes, how many videos you make a week, dude?
I try to do like 1 or 2 every other day. I try to make it personable, like, cooking stuff, but also like, hey, this funny thing my cat did. Like,
they're fun.
When I was cooking my cat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's very creative and cool. So, all right. So the event, once again, is the Philadelphia Hot Sauce Festival. And this is the first time it's happened in Philly?
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's an annual event, but this is the first time in Philadelphia.
Yes.
White House Station Sauce Company and Cast Iron Kyle are presenting this. And it will be at the Cannstatter Volkfest Viren Beer Garden, 9130 Academy Road. And just tickets at the door, or do you get them online?
You can get them online. You can go to phillysaucefest.com. I have the link in my bio on my Instagram.
Okay.
You can also buy them at the door, sure.
Awesome. And Kyle's a very thoughtful guy. One time, not only did he bring me a cast iron skillet, but old newspapers from like the moon landing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was an awesome day. You sang happy birthday to me. I took the day off to come see you guys.
It was at Mudhen in Wildwood. My band was playing there, or the band that I play with was playing there. So,
Casey came over on his electric scooter.
That's right. That's right. All right. Well, good luck with the sauce event.
Thank you very much,
really
guys.
Cool.
Thank you.
It is the Philadelphia Hot Sauce Festival, and that is Cast Iron Kyle. Thanks, Tim. All right. Let us take another break because we have Bruce Springsteen tickets to give away. We'll do it when we return in form of the lesson question. We'll get trash and music news, too. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. It's a scientific
dinner on Blanc shots.
I want to know, how do you get invited to this?
Oh, God,
Somebody will come up to you. Just stand out there. You are coming to a dinner on Blanc. There's your envelope. There will be a DNA reader outside the subway station.
A DNA reader.
You. What is your name? You're a little girl. Marissa? I like you. You amuse me. We'll see you tonight at dinner on Blanc. Bring 1 chair, 1 table with a tablecloth. Of course, all Blanc. You do know what Blanc means, don't you?
That's part of the test.
Yeah, it's part of the test. Yeah.
Yes, you do know.
I'm not denying that
You're
it's
delightful. All right, I'm not letting you come unless you twirl around until you faint.
How do you get invited?
So you join the group. Since I've done it since the beginning, I'm in there's layers that you join in. I get to sign up in the first group. There's 3 groups, so there's a long waiting list. And they send you an email that says it's open.
It's going to be a wonderful time.
But listen, no.
At 10 o'clock at night, we're going to poke a fat woman with a stick.
Oh, God.
Listen, it's all part of it. They do that to make it so that it's, it's special that you get invited, but you're not going to not get invited if you want to go.
Are you sure?
Well, there is a waiting list.
See?
But they say there's a waiting list, but they want to make this as big as possible.
Mr. Lauer, did you say? We're booked up. Why don't you take your string and silly putty? Did you say Juniata Park? Is that a place? Is that an amusement facility?
Can you bring Gary Lauer with you tonight, please?
Should bring Gary Lauer. Bring Gary Lauer in plaid.
This would be the last dinner on Blanc ever.
Fidelio.
with a kilt and no underwear on. Look at my balls.
Jesus.
Look at my balls.
Those are white.
Yeah.
Hey, Marissa,
my balls are Blanc.
Kathy found this video of a group of people. They look like, dancers or something along those lines, doing
clearly dancing.
This perpetual motion exercise of sorts. And you keep doing this loop over and over and over.
All right.
There's no way we're going to be able to do this.
Well, also because everyone, save for height, is about the same weight.
But not only that, I just think the mechanics of it.
It's hard.
You got to coordinate.
We're skippers.
Yeah, man.
The only thing that I'm a little worried about is how will we start?
That's the only thing you're worried about?
Let's do it.
I'm worried about the number of ankles that are broken. And
It's like what? It's like Beastmaster.
Oh, it is?
It's
Yes.
Beastmaster.
All right, I got to scratch my
Yes.
nose. Hang on.
What did you do?
Slapped him in the face.
You just smashed They just smashed their faces just by scratching your nose.
Oh, my God. You made me punch myself in the face.
Wait a second.
Dick.
Just to appreciate this, we haven't even. All he did was scratch his nose, and 2 people are injured. We haven't even done the move yet.
This is never going to work.
I went up to scratch my nose, and Casey assisted my arm by shoving his forearm up, which my hand was attached to, and I popped myself right below the eye.
Oh, this is going to be a disaster.
I'm going to have a black eye. I can't.
It's working.
I can't. You got to come up.
It's working.
You got to come up.
Casey,
there it is.
Nick,
There it is.
Nick,
I got it.
It worked. It worked.
It started to.
I'm still standing.
It started to.
I thought we were going this way.
No! All the way down, Marissa. Let your weight pull her. And there it goes.
Wow, that was unbelievable.
In time.
All right, so the issue is go.
See? Here we go. Now you gotta move. You gotta move. You gotta move.
Almost. It's
Nick was just observing.
That was perfect.
That was the closest
It was
so
close.
far.
And you know what it really
Nick
was?
sleeping at the wheel.
It was.
I thought we were just trying 3 people.
Lean down. That's it. And to the left. Here we go.
Casey, put your feet
Now we're going. Now we're going.
Hold me.
Dude, it's working. It's working. It's working.
I give up. I give up.
We
I did it.
That was. Yeah. Are you kidding? And in motion, a flowing human river. It's sort of working.
Keep going.
It's just a sea of bodies writhing. It basically looks like a bad orgy. This looks like an inept orgy. This looks like, you know what it looks like? That looks like remedial gym class. Serving, rolling, it's working. And again, remedial gym class.
Oh, my hands are in the air.
And Kathy's head is resting on Preston's ass. Casey's dead, and Marissa's crying.
Is your shin broken?
There's severe injuries, and Nick is just standing there as if he showed up to class late and doesn't know what to do.
I don't encounter people with headphones in, other than around here.
Do you know,
at work? I don't encounter them that often.
When I'm out, when I go on my hike or when I'm taking the long walks, and there are people who are clearly walking along or jogging or whatever with the headphones in. I don't talk to them. I do the one thing that I do all the time though, Preston, that drives me crazy. When I'm walking and someone is I will nod and smile and I'll say hi, how are you? And even without headphones, people just don't respond to that.
Yeah.
And I know that I'm a scary looking dude, but I'm being pleasant. I'm trying to be cordial and just, hey, how are you?
Yeah.
You know, but I rarely get a response.
Whenever I see somebody wearing headphones, if it's on a plane or wherever, I like to go, what do you listen to? What are you listening to? Yeah? People love that.
What are you listening to?
What do you listen to?
I have a perfect moment yesterday when Nick and I were leaving the building to go to Slash the Tires yesterday. God. We took the stairs.
Forgot to tell you guys this.
We took the stairs down.
Yeah.
And there was a guy coming up the other way, a flight up, and we were on the way down. We passed him on the stairs. Nick was wearing a purple shirt. I mean, like a bright purple shirt. And the other guy was wearing a bright purple shirt. And Nick goes, "Hey, it's Purple Shirt Day." And crickets, nothing out of this guy at all. And we started cracking up immediately. He just was not going to acknowledge Nick whatsoever. And I think he looked him in the eye and said it. And he just, nothing.
Isn't that weird, though? You look and say, how are you?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I was just being friendly. You know? Yeah.
Hi. Or just
looking for a smile.
Hey, yes, I guess so. Even I would respond. And, I would, yes, sure.
Not everybody is as gregarious and
gregarious.
Gregorian
monks.
Gregorian. Nobody chants quite like you do, Steve.
Today is Purple Shirt Day.
His head is in his hand.
Gregorian. Nobody's quite as gregarious as you.
Today is Purple Shirt Day.
Oh, God.
Gregarious is what you're thinking.
Oh, but I said gregarious. Okay, sorry. Oh, jeez, oh, man.
Buckingham Palace is now hiring. The Royal Household website has several job openings, including one for a full-time live-in housekeeping assistant.
Oh, this is role for Anne Hathaway.
The listing reads, this is no standard housekeeping role. You'll work and live in stunning historic settings, ensuring that they're presented to their best for colleagues, guests, and, of course, the royal family. Aiming for the highest standards, you'll clean and care for interiors and items from carpets and furniture to historic vases and irreplaceable paintings.
All while constantly being reminded that you're lower-class filth.
You'll take care of guests and support special events, too.
You are, for all intents and purposes, a donkey.
And in an environment where development and training is commonplace, you'll be able to...
You are no longer a human being, you are a piece of mobile furniture.
You'll be able to grow your skills far beyond your immediate role. So the job pays only about $22,000 a year.
It's prestigious, though, because once you leave that position, you are in demand.
But what's cool, too, is meals and housing is covered. So you live there and you get fed there as well. So
whatever the queen does not finish will go into a small tray, and you may pick at that.
They give you the scraps.
Yeah. Anything that falls upon the floor is yours as well.
I'm perfect for this job.
And once the royal corgis have finished with their calcan, you can go and eat that as well.
Royal corgis. You're second to the dogs.
Position will include occasional whippings.
The candidate. Let's do that right now. And we're going to ask a question you have to answer. That's how you win these tickets. The lesson question. And the question that we ask is the following. A man found guilty of releasing a cobra that escaped from its cage in Texas. What was the cobra's name? Yes. A jury found a man guilty of releasing a cobra that escaped from its cage in Texas. What was the cobra's name? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you were listening, and if you know the answer, call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Rita's. And you can soak up summer at Rita's with a refreshing frozen lemonade. Pucker up as these frozen lemonades are available in 4 deliciously fun flavors. But get to Rita's quick as they are here for a limited time only. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, both Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are reportedly training hard for their their upcoming MMA bout scheduled for August 26th. Fight promoter Dana White is predicting huge pay-per-view numbers and is already negotiating a fight between Bill Gates and Martha Stewart. Big Brother 25 contestant Luke Valentine has been kicked out of the house after casually dropping the N-word in the middle of a conversation. Valentine is insisting he's not racist, which is actually the first thing they teach you at racism school.
That's right.
And rapper Trippie Redd. We all know Trippie Redd.
Trippie Redd.
Apologizing to his ex-girlfriend Sky Morales for cheating on her. Redd says he hates himself for disrespecting Sky. Also, he could have, quote, the most absolute sack-imploding oral sex he's ever had. That's your highlight.
Okay, we're going to see if we can get an answer to lesson question. And a jury found a man guilty of releasing a cobra that escaped from its cage in Texas. What was the cobra's name? And we are going to go to James and see if we can get a winner here. Hey, James, good morning.
Hey, Crespo.
Yo, buddy. All right, James, what was the name of the cobra, please?
It was Hissy.
Hissy. That is correct, James. Hang on. A pair of tickets to see Bruce. He's playing with the E Street Band. Show number 1, Wednesday, August 16th, Citizens Bank Park. And tickets for the show for both Wednesday the 16th and Friday the 18th are available at phillies.com/Springsteen. One more pair of tickets to give away tomorrow on our show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we spent some time in our entertainment news report at the beginning of the show talking about the sad news that Robbie Robertson passed away, the Canadian-born musician, best known as a guitarist and main songwriter for Rock and Roll Hall of Fame members, the band. He was 80 years old. It was a lengthy illness. No official cause of death was immediately given. The statement from the family read, Robbie was surrounded by his family at the time of his death, including his wife Janet, his ex-wife Dominique, her partner Nicholas, his children Alexandra, Sebastian, Delphine, and Delphine's partner Kenny, as well as his 5 grandchildren. Originally, he was a member of rockabilly singer Ronnie Hawkins' backing band. They were called the Hawks. And that was along with everybody that became the band. Levon Helm, Rick Danko, Richard Manuel, and Garth Hudson. And after leaving Hawkins, the musicians toured as Bob Dylan's backup band.
So stop and think about that as a credit alone. Who does Bob Dylan select as his backup band? These guys. So it shouldn't have been, but it was a shock for many that they were incredibly capable of being a band by themselves.
Yeah, they recorded the legendary Basement tapes with him in 1967. And along the way, they were known as the Hawks, but they became known as the band when they joined with Dylan. You know, they just called them the band. And they took that name and released their debut album, Music from the Big Pink, in 1968. And it was a rootsy sound that influenced everybody from Elton John to Eric Clapton to the Beatles. And as the band's guitarist and primary songwriter, Robertson wrote such classics as this song right here, The Wait, which is just brilliant. And included the rock hit Somewhere Down the Crazy River, which I think the Bodines back him up on that song. Robertson and the band were inducted into Canada's Juno Hall of Fame in 1989 and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1994. And then he went on to work with Scorsese on music from films including Raging Bull, The King of Comedy, Casino, The Departed, The Wolf of Wall Street, The Irishman, with contributions to other TV and movie soundtracks as well. And we were talking about this song in particular earlier this morning, The Wait, and it's from our region. It was written, they start off saying, you know, I went into Nazareth. Robbie wrote that song about Nazareth, Pennsylvania, because he had been to the Martin Guitar Factory there.
Isn't that wild?
And he just wanted to set this song in that region. And
so the song was written in '69, right? And I never knew that.
No, I didn't either. I just researched this morning because I have in my mind when I hear this song, I see the people.
Yeah.
I see the town.
Absolutely. It's very evocative.
It's a bunch of strange, weird people in a little country town of some type. That's what I've always had in my head. And there was an interview that was done with Levon Helms, and he explains that the characters in The Wait are all people that they knew. He said Luke was Jimmy Ray Pullman, Pullman, and young Anna Lee was Anna Lee Williams from Turkey Scratch. Crazy Chester, and we said this earlier this morning, but I'll share this. Crazy Chester was a guy we all knew from Fayetteville who came into town on Saturdays wearing a full set of cap guns on his hips, walked around town to keep the peace, if you follow me. He said he was like Hopalong Cassidy, and he was a friend of the Hawks, and Ronnie would always check on Crazy Chester to make sure that there wasn't any trouble around town, and Chester would reassure him that everything was peaceable and not to worry because he was on the case. He said 2 big cap guns he wore plus a toupee.
Think about the incorporation of those characters, and I liken it to Springsteen always has these, these characters, like in Greetings from Asbury Park, and those these are people that populate the world that he was in at the time, and they become part of rock lore and legend.
And up on Cripple Creek, there's some characters in that one as well, and I see them in my head, and they're odd people too. Robbie had a way of writing lyrically these weird, surreal characters that you don't even really stop to think, could that be a real person?
And The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down is such an incredible song. That actually inspired Neil Young to write the song Powderfinger. He was such a fan of that song that he wanted to write his own sort of take on it. But Robertson was very proud of his Native American heritage, so he has anyone who wants to honor his memory, he has a charity.
The First Nation, Six Nations. And so, there's donations that you can make if you do a quick search, because his mother was a Mohawk Indian.
Yeah.
In a statement, Scorsese remembered his friend Robbie Robertson was one of my closest friends. He said, a constant in my life and my work. I can always go to him as a confidant, a collaborator, an advisor, and I tried to be the same for him. He said it goes without saying that he was a giant, that his effect on the art form was profound and lasting, and there was never enough time with anyone you love, and I loved Robbie. You can make donations to the 6 Nations of the Grand River. They're working on building a cultural center, and that was an important cause to him.
I'm going to take a wild guess that Pierre is going to acknowledge this in a big way.
I would think so. I was listening to Brent Porsche yesterday, and when the news broke, he was covering it. But I have to imagine that Pierre's going to spend a decent amount of time today. We'll find out in a little bit from him. A couple other quick notes in music news. Van Halen is going to release a new box set this fall, spotlighting the era with Sammy Hagar. It includes newly remastered versions of 4 multi-platinum studio albums, along with a selection of rarities recorded between 1989 and 2004.
We've said this many times. I know you agree with this. I think that is a stellar period.
I do too.
In Van Halen's history.
Yeah, I do prefer the earlier work with Dave, but I love the Sammy Hagar stuff as well. There's a few songs in there that are some of my favorites. The price is going to run at about $125 for the 5 LP collection or $50 for the CD set. Van Halen's The Collection 2 will be available on October 6th.
And I think Wolfgang himself said glowing things about that music that was generated.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then finally, Motley Crue's Nikki Sixx announced on social media that he's working on a new book. This is going to be his 5th. His first 4 put him on New York Times best-selling author list. He didn't give up any specific details, but a couple of years ago he said...
It involves a wizard at his school, right?
Oh. No, a couple of years ago he and his wife, Courtney, they were writing a children's book about diversity.
There you go.
And Motley Crue is currently on the road with Def Leppard and Alice Cooper for a U.S. mini tour before they head to Japan and Australia this fall. That's the last bit of music news that I have for you today. All right, we're going to break. We will come back. We will wrap up the show, and we will get our letter of the day for the word of the week. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WML.
pension and access to recreational facilities. So you're only getting $22,000 a year, which you would think for that position it would probably be more. But housing, meals, 33 vacation days, pension, access to the recreational facilities. That ain't too bad.
That's not too bad.
That's
You'll
pretty good.
occasionally be called upon to provide sexual favors for the Queen Mama.
But yeah, this community down in Texas, there's a foot fetish guy who is targeting the real estate community, and that's where he's decided, these are the people that are easy to track down.
That guy's pretty threatening, though. I read the article.
Is he pretty threatening?
Yeah, like he says, I know where you are, and if you don't send them, you'll need protection 24 hours a day. That was one of the texts he sent.
Send pictures of your feet?
Yes, or
really?
Yeah.
That's a very malicious foot fetish dude.
Yeah,
Honest to God, I mean, if that started to happen, I would have to act like I was totally into it. Be like, oh my God, yo, I want to.
Dude, I'll suck your feet.
I'll suck your feet. I want to meet you.
I'll suck your feet harder.
Because he
suck your feet so hard.
Suck your feet so you
So
can't
hard.
even you suck at sucking feet. I'm a sucking foot sucker.
Foot sucking machine.
I'm a sucking machine. Suck those nails right off your feet.
Right?
All right, you're scaring me.
You've taken it too far.
Right?
I mean, that's just sick, man.
You think you know how to suck feet? I'll show you how to suck feet, you foot sucker.
Suck those toenails right off. I'll suck
sucker.
every corner off your foot.
Oh yeah, Stephen, suck that toe.
Suck
on
that
that
toe.
Suck it hard.
Suck that toe.
That's not how you suck it.
Let me show you.
I never thought I'd catch my daughter sucking a man's toe. But if you're going to do it right like this.
You foot sucker.
You foot sucker.
You're right, Casey. Turn it right back around on him.
Right?
Just out creep him.
Right.
If you possibly could. I wouldn't have the balls to do it though. There's no way.
Suck your feet. I'll suck up to I'll take your whole foot. I'll take it all the way up to your knee.
Up to the ankle.
No, yeah, I'll catch up with you later about that. All right.
Oh, hold up.
What? Whoa. What are you doing?
There's a Squirtle right there.
A what?
A Squirtle.
A Pokemon?
Is a
Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Oh, yeah? Where is he?
He's like.
Where is he?
Like right by your balls.
Right here?
Yeah.
Right there?
Well,
I got him?
a little higher.
A little higher?
A higher.
A little higher?
A little bit.
Keep going.
I'll get him!
Ow! 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 Ow!
Did I get it?
You got him?
Got
All
him.
right. Yeah! Woo!
It was Aaron Paul.
Aaron Paul?
Right. So he tweeted yesterday that he had done this thing on Siri, which suddenly took off. It became
Yes, I want to hear this.
Right. So if you ask Siri to divide 0 by 0, it has a very bizarre response.
Okay.
And we have the audio.
All right, here we go.
Imagine that you have 0 cookies and you split them evenly among 0 friends. How many cookies does each person get? See, it doesn't make sense. And Cookie Monster is sad that there are no cookies. And you are sad that you have no friends.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. That's awesome. I love it.
So I showed that to my kids yesterday.
What are they doing it on?
They got a big kick out of it. And then
it works. It clearly works.
So now my son does this thing where he asks Siri, "Hey, call me the high grandmom." Okay. And then
It's amazing.
I don't know who you are, but you can tell me in Siri settings.
oh, I didn't do it right.
That was good enough.
Try it again. Try it again.
Why don't you paraphrase what Siri will say?
It'll say
Here,
that
let me do it.
exact same thing.
Hey, Grandpa.
Maybe try not yelling it so excitedly. How about I try this? One that we're familiar with and won't drive you crazy. I have my phone right here.
Okay.
All right.
A common phone
And
that
so I
you might
asked
find in
Siri,
anyone's home.
I asked Siri to say this.
Yeah.
All right. Hey Siri, can you say, "Hey everybody, it's good to have you on the Baba to ba to Baba Badu Gaga Bapadop."
Who, me?
And is that what happens?
No, it will repeat it. But all right, so I guess my kids have this. Set
Yeah,
up.
you whore. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
By the way, Casey, why did you throw "Hey Grandma" in there?
Because that's what my son was doing.
Oh,
yeah.
Have you ever asked it if it loves you?
No, but I've
I haven't.
Who, Siri?
We're better as friends. It
Really?
responded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Siri, do you love me?
I'm still working on the grandma blah, 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 blah crap.
All right, so anyhow, here we go. Here are a couple things. What is 0 divided by 0? You get an interesting answer. When is the world going to end?
Tomorrow.
Is the one to ask. What does the fox say? Which is, the song.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah. Hi, Grandma.
Grandma's here.
I'll give you. It has the answers here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Read me a haiku. Or no, I'm sorry. That's not the answer. This is an interesting question.
I asked you to do something for me.
Why? Don't give a rat's ass. Read me a haiku, or I'll shut off your heating system.
Want to welcome the following: Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Connor Barwin, and they brought with them a rookie. We have Jordan DeWalt on DJ.
Not bad at all.
Casey came up with this plan to have guys from the Eagles in, and we wanted to have offense and defense represented equally, which we have here, which is really cool. So if you guys don't mind, we'd like to play a version of The Family Feud. Starring the Philadelphia Eagles, offense against defense. All right, so here we go. First question. Name something you make sure to clean before going on a date. All right, Lane, what do you want?
Clean your teeth. I don't know.
Your teeth.
You brush your teeth.
Brush your teeth. Yes. Mouth. Mouth is the number one answer.
You guys,
so they automatically
control the topic.
You
now.
guys get to control the topic now. Okay, so Jason, name something you make sure to clean before going on a date.
Armpits.
Armpits. Nope. Sorry. That is
okay. One more
strike.
Yep.
Okay, and let's go back to you, Lane. Name something you make sure to clean before going on a date.
Maybe your room if she's coming back or he's coming back.
That's
Let's check
thinking.
Survey says. Incorrect.
That's terrible.
That means we go over to Connor and to Jordan, and they're discussing this right now. Name something you make sure to clean before going on a date. Remember, we polled Preston and Steve show listeners. Jordan, what do you want to say?
Your car.
Your car. And Casey?
That's good.
Survey says no. Oh, man, I wish we could all see these so we could say them, like they do on the show.
All right, go ahead. You say them.
Your turn now.
Number 5, underwear. Number 4, the bathroom.
That's stupid.
Clean the bathroom.
Yeah.
Number 3, your ass. And number 2, your balls.
I was going to go genitals.
Genitals would have been good. All right, so who's got the sounder? Jordan? Are you up or is it Connor?
Connor.
All right, Connor's got it, and we have Lane who's got the sounder over here, right?
I just went. Yeah.
All right, whatever. What food do human testicles most resemble? All right. Connor was tapping you, Jordan. He wanted you to buzz in. All right, Jason, what do you think? What food do human testicles most resemble?
How about eggs?
Eggs. And survey says yes. Right. Number 3. We also would have accepted deviled eggs.
Someone's got some very smooth balls.
Back over to the defense. What food do human testicles most resemble?
Well, no.
Jordan's thinking about it. Yeah, they get a chance to answer.
Yeah. Beets.
Okay. Beets?
What?
Whoa. Wait. Dude, how big are your balls?
Beets?
I mean, you are.
And are they red?
He might be right.
Survey says no. Sorry about that.
When I get shy, my balls turn red.
All right, let's go back over to the offense and find out what are you guys thinking. Lane, this is your chance to answer. What food do human testicles most resemble?
Plums.
Plums. That is a good answer. Let's see what the survey says. No. Incorrect.
I think plums is a perfect
with plum. You know what?
Correlation.
That's technically.
What?
No.
No. All right. No. All right. Then let's go back to.
It's like that. It's like that. Huh?
To Jason. Yeah.
Getting hosed.
What food do human testicles most resemble?
I'm guessing that was a fruit that we were. I'm gonna go grapes.
Grapes. And the survey says no. Incorrect. All right, back over to the defense. Guys, what do you think human testicles, or not human, human testicles.
Hey, he's using his phone. He's
My phone was Google was no help.
Think about the shape and size and what food might resemble that.
What are they?
Like a sausage ball?
A sausage
A meatball.
A meatball. He says survey.
He said sausage ball. I don't think this is acceptable.
Survey says yes, and the defense steals it.
Wow. Sausage ball.
The other answers were number 5, Rocky Mountain oysters, which are testicles.
Yeah, so that's not
accurate.
But it's a food. It's a food. And number 4, and this is why I almost accepted plums, prunes, which are dried plums,
I think
right?
they are, yeah.
Yeah, so that should
is a
count.
plum.
Well, the judges said no.
Okay.
No, the one judge said no, and he should change his answer right now because he's wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, son.
Number 1 food that human testicle presents. Third Eye Blind on MMR. Demi Charm Light. 10:45. Wrapping up the program on this Thursday morning. Rain is expected at some point this afternoon. Thunderstorms, possibly. And maybe even, it's going to start off, it's going to be hit or miss, depending on where you are, just to give you a heads up on that. So clearing up later on tonight, and then tomorrow we're looking at mostly sunny skies, high about 87, and then sunny on Saturday, 89. It's going to be a warm summer weekend.
Yeah.
I don't see any rain in the forecast as of now. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but keep an eye out. But for the most part, it's looking solid, not calling for a full wet weekend. We have had a great time on today's program.
Yes.
Thank you to Michael Barkann for being on and talking Phils and the no-hitter and all the things that took place last night.
By the way, Nick says, I called, the sound was terrible on his phone, and I said, what are you surfing? And he apparently touched base back later and said he was actually at the beach, right?
Turns out he was down the shore.
Yeah.
And that's why he was calling us from outside. But once we moved inside, it was a good connection.
So thanks to Michael. And also, we'll stick with the Phils for a moment. John Kruk.
Yeah. He was great.
That's awesome.
He was fantastic. And not only were we talking baseball, we were talking mullets as well. So vote for Rory, the kid that's trying to have the greatest. He's trying to win the mullet championship for the 6-year-old division.
He's still in first place.
Yep.
They just
that's
updated
excellent.
it last night.
He needs more donations, though. If you can, donate $1 or $2, that'd be great because that's part of it.
His mom sent over some great photos from when he visited the ballpark. I mean, this kid just has swagger.
I love it.
They're up on the site right now.
Thank you also to Ron James, Mutual UFO Network. The documentary called The Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations is available now. And thank you also to our buddy Kyle Seip, Cast Iron Kyle. The Philadelphia Hot Sauce Festival is coming up on Saturday and Sunday. And we have information available at PrestonandSteve.com. And you can go to PhillySauceFest.com to get tickets. And he wanted us to mention, because he forgot about it, they're donating $1,000 to Phil Abundance.
Phil Abundance.
So I thought
Near
that
and
was
dear.
a really cool thing to do as well. So nice to have all those guests in today. Nice to see Pierre Robert here as well.
Good day.
How are you?
Great. I loved all your conversations, but the UFO guy, it's funny, you asked like a 3-part question, and I've noticed that whenever you ask anyone a question that has more than one part, that you never get all 3 answers.
Right, yeah.
Even if you text it. If you say, what time are we going and who's playing and where should I meet you? You'll get one thing back.
Yeah.
Brand X is playing. And
I didn't mean to ask him 3 questions in one, but
they were good
all came
questions,
out.
though.
Thanks.
Sometimes in a text, I'll go, I have 3 questions for you. Number 1,
there you go.
Number 2, number 3, and I still only get one answer back. What I mentioned that because the question I was most intrigued with that you asked was, that guy appeared in front of Congress, and he said, I've talked to people who theoretically have seen alien bodies.
Right.
And your question was brilliant, is that all you got, essentially?
Yeah.
And I don't doubt that there are alien bodies. I mean, I'm sort of a believer that they've visited us or whatever. I don't know. But he didn't get that part.
Yeah,
And
I want to know
really,
that too.
I really wanted to hear his response to that. So
did you watch? Because he said, like a lot of the number of the senators said, do you have names and stuff that you can give me? And he said, after, I don't know if anything came of that though. That we would go to what they call a skiff, and he could give that information to them.
Right.
again, I've heard not word one. What we're all looking for is, ladies and gentlemen, Zontar.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, or the picture, or something besides one of those things that used to appear in
Zontar with the photo album.
National Enquirer.
Yeah.
Do you remember the alien autopsy when that came out? And we were like, oh, come on. It's a doll you guys are cutting out. Man.
Aliens visiting the White House, or aliens at the Pizza Hut.
Bat Boy worked with Clinton to get
right.
Yeah.
Right. So those are all the. And at the beginning I go, really? And then I go, wait a minute, no. But I use, on the History Channel, I would watch some of those things, and the further in you get, I'm going, do these people? I'm not so sure about these.
Well,
I know.
You know what? Again, if you just take it on the level of this footage that is verifiable from the Pentagon, here's where we can start. What is that?
Right.
And no one knows.
Right. So who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that eventually, if somebody desperately wants this, if it is real, for people to know about it, I think people shouldn't know about it. So I don't know.
John Kruk knows.
John Kruk knows.
He knows all.
It's the alien guy and then the baseball guy.
Yeah,
it's great.
Thanks. All right, shall we get the letter guy?
We shall.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
L, as in laboratory.
All right, and we will give away our prize tomorrow. 4 tickets to see the much-anticipated return of The Lion King on August 25th at the Academy of Music, plus the limited edition Lion King merchandise gift bag. And it's a winner of 6 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. Tickets available at kimmelculturalcampus.org. What's happening on the show today?
I should have said L as in Lion King.
Yeah.
But now I'll say L as in Lion.
You did.
On the program, we will get a workforce block of Jethro Tull. It's Jethro's birthday today.
Jethro?
Yeah, Jet's got a birthday.
Yeah.
Ian Anderson has a birthday today. I have a really cool piece of him in the MM archives. I think when we were down at 5th and Market doing the beautiful song Boré in our studios, complete with a snort. Which is because he's breathing and moving.
He does that, yeah.
And
Love it.
We even isolated the snort. It'd be something you guys would do. But
yeah, that was always cool about his flute solos, is when he would he would do that grunting and snorting and stuff, and that was musically, that was what he was bringing.
And he was overweight for a good portion when he's performing. You remember, like there were times in later years, so it made the breathing that much more productive.
Well, in the earlier days, he'd wear those, tights, those Robin Hood kind of tights, and prance around the stage, and he was quite, agile, I guess. But we've had him in many times. They headlined our 25th anniversary concert. In fact, Jethro Tull. So we'll celebrate Jet today. Jethro. We also have a block of Van Halen, and as you mentioned, we will get into a block of the band to celebrate Robbie.
Right.
Did you ever see them?
I saw them on a couple of occasions. I had him in the studios on Rittenhouse Square when he put out one of his solo albums, and as you were talking about him, going, where in God's name is that tape? But I mean, my archives, oh dear, it's like the inside of my head. It's not a place you want to go. It's on a cassette somewhere that's unlabeled in a box in my basement.
I just assumed your setup would be as organized as the Library of Congress.
Very much so. In my desire, I crave order.
Yeah.
I just don't have it.
You just don't have it. All right. Well, it's all coming up on the Pierre Robert Experience today. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market. You can enjoy the largest selection of quality meats and seafood at the lowest prices tomorrow on our No Sad Bro Friday show. John LeClaire is going to be in the studio.
Nice.
3-on-3 ice hockey tournaments going on. And we'll also have comedian Annie Letterman in the studio to wrap up the week. And last pair of tickets to see Bruce Springsteen, and we will give away for less than pleasure. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
Mm-hmm.